welcome to Play Nerd Allies. I would like to start the stream by saying we have 7 fabulous people here who will be playing 8 characters, and I want to let you all know that all your characters just died. Please go home.
Oh,
okay.
All right, you know what?
Hey, what the hell, man?
Finale, everybody.
What the hell?
It was a good run. Peace.
So we're going to be having a fabulous time today. This is now the Season 2 finale for both Delver's Dream and Hunter's Harvest. We have been working very hard to stop the Lich Queen Kilnasi from rolling her armies across the face of the planet. Will they succeed? We'll find out tonight. But in the meantime, let's thank our sponsors. Hey! First of all, I would like to thank Phoenix Dice. Everybody in chat, please hit !raffle if you would like to win some fabulous Phoenix Dice. We love Phoenix Dice because they make everything with recycled materials, because they love the world we live in just as much as all the worlds we play in. They are absolutely delightful. And if you win tonight, you get to pick any set of dice on their entire website. I personally love the gym. They are light blue with gold flecks. They're stunningly beautiful. And if you don't like them, you're a bad person. So
Yeah.
I need you to feel that in your goddamn bones. Right
I
now.
think I own a pair.
Right.
Woo, thank
My
God.
friend, my bones have rotted away.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Damon.
Oh, no.
There is, in addition, I would like to thank our sponsor, Hero Forge. Hero Forge is an absolutely amazing way to level up your character art if, like me, you have no capacity with visual arts. But I can take 10 minutes and I can turn the fabulous character in here into something that everyone else can see. It's not just in my head. I'm not crazy, I promise. It's real. And if you like fabulous 3D minis, you can see behind all of our players right now. They all got 3D minis with Hero Forge. So head over to heroforge.com and support a fabulous creator who is just doing so much for our community. They sponsor so many of the smaller channels. It is actually incredibly important of them. It is absolutely gorgeous. So help them out, do the things. Every time you support them, you're also supporting us. So we love you for that. That's absolutely gorgeous. And I want to let you know that there are a couple things that have changed. If you want to look around at the About section, you will see things like the bit rewards and the sub rewards and the various like hype train rewards and the donation rewards have all shifted because the whole world of the Patchwork Planet is going to be changing. It is. And
Thank you for the
remember that
Tarsia.
you are going to need to help these players because I am going to murder them. I will in front of you. I will do it in front of
Oh,
you.
God. Here, let me put the bit
No.
rewards.
He's
Let me
not.
just
He's
put
not
the
joking, guys.
just put the bits rewards
He's
just up
gonna
there,
murder us.
just in case, you know.
Not
Yeah,
even our
so
characters, just us. He was
Yeah,
like,
no, just
if you guys
Me-
don't start donating, we're
me
gonna
and
start
Lando-
winking off of these screens real fast.
done.
Me and Lando have been nearly getting killed by this guy for what, 2 years now?
Did
Felt
get
like 2
killed.
years. It's
I did get killed.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Absolutely. There are
Draxus
all
gets
kinds
killed
of
every
things
stream.
up to and including something you'll see in all the menus called the Reef of Glass. This is a very special secret menu item. The only way that you can access this is if you send me or Lando a note on our personal Discord channels or on Twitter. Then you may access it, and once you have it, everything will change for the players. It certainly will. But for now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce this fabulous cast. Let's start with Crowthon. Who the fuck are you?
I am a resident orc transformed into a dragonborn. It was a lot of changeling shenanigans happened. Killed an assassin, almost died, was deadly poisoned, turned into a dragonborn. I am attuned to the heart of the sky, so I control the winds. I have an entire menagerie of adorable drakes. You'll get to meet them in the finale. And I'm also up-and-coming aspiring necromancer. You know, the arts of the orcish kind still exist within me, even though I may appear outwardly like a dragonborn.
I love it. Within the Dragonborn beats the heart of an orc.
Damn right it does!
Well, that is our fabulous Crowthon. What is your class and levels?
Yes, I am a Gestalt character. I have 8 levels of Necromancer and 8 levels of Drake Warden Ranger.
That's right. That's right. I love it. We have not yet gotten you your negative energy Drake yet, though. Have we?
Wait, what?
We're gonna need to solve that.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna save Lando for last because he's playing 2 characters in both of the campaigns.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
boy.
Malik,
Quick swap.
who the hell are you?
Hey, I'm Bashir Gauss, he, him. I'm playing Malik, also he, him, a descendant of the Red Knight, goddess of honorable and ordered warfare, basically. He is well-meaning, not necessarily as martial as his ancestry would inflict, but, you know, needs must. It's been if any situation has warranted an enormous amount of violence, it's been the adventures with Delver's Dream and over the past while.
Absolutely.
He is also a Gestalt. He is a paladin and bard, accessing the raw stuff of creation and divine energy.
I love it. Also, he is the bane of my existence because he gives everybody that fucking +5.
Oh yeah, baby!
The worst.
Yep.
Oh, you hurt my soul. Hey, Ithul.
Hi,
Stop
hello.
drinking. What the hell's going on over there?
Oh, you know, I'm just, you know, an illithid pretending to be a human with the powers of a changeling, and then, you know, things happened. I won a bet against a god, and now I'm an ASMR mind flayer? Question mark?
Ah,
Oh, and
That's
your
so-
camera's still a little bit low, Damien. Just had to
you're an
yeah.
Asa player, is what you are.
Asa player.
I'll take it.
Makes me so happy. That is delightful. And what are your levels?
I am a gestalted between paladin and my personal favorite, a sorcerer.
Ooh, yes, we've got that. We've got that fabulous combo over there. So apparently, we are just never going to be able to hit anybody with any status effects. So, chat, I need you to weep for me because they're trying to stop me from doing terrible things. It hurts my feelings. So, hey, Reginald.
Oh, hello. Yes. My name is Reginald. I am a very intelligent, you can tell by my accent, wizard cleric. I have 2 levels in cleric and several levels of wizard, I'm sure. 9 levels of wizard. And, you know, I just really don't know how I got myself here, but I am going to help save the world, so that should be fun and interesting.
Absolutely, I love it. And I can't wait to see just how I'm gonna ruin your life.
Okay, very
I'm
fun. I
excited.
hope.
Yeah. Hey, who is this Lilith person? I don't. What's going on over there?
Oh, you don't know little old Lilith?
Who invited you?
I was gonna say Reginald, but I was like, no, he would never. Just damn. Yes, I am Lilith. I am a level 11 Way of the Long Death monk. I am straight monk, baby. Let's go. Also a vampire. Feel like that's maybe important to know. It's Way of the Long Death. Promise it was just a coincidence. Promise.
It's very, just so the chat knows, we did actually create a player race for vampires that has all of the vampiric abilities. So
yeah. And they play really, really fun with the Way of the Long Death, and it worked out really, really nicely. So Lilith is awesome. I'm a little biased, but I think she's great.
I think Lilith is fabulous too. And we have a freshly shorn Zach over here. Where'd your hair go?
I don't know. I missed a week and Lilith shaved my head off. She's a bitch.
Lilith.
It's what happens. It's what happens when you don't show up. What can I say?
I want that to be a lesson to all of you.
Oh no.
Yeah. So show up and we won't have problems.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm Zach. I'm a furbolg not from this world. I've travelled here, followed the song, and found myself here. I am a barbarian fighter. I'll let you guess what my levels are in that. And I carry a massive fuck-off sword on my back.
Yep. It is big. And it does fun things. It does really neat things. And finally, we've got Diraxis / Who's that guy?
I don't know. He doesn't matter yet.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he
All right.
doesn't matter yet. I don't even know that
Right.
guy. Fuck him. He's probably stupid or something. Yeah, well, my name's Direxis. I'm the party punching bag. If I don't go down, what the hell is going on? I play a wild magic sorcerer. I'm level 11. And the kind of most interesting thing about me is that I wouldn't say that I'm a drow. I mean, I am a drow, but that's not the most interesting thing. Most interesting thing is that I have a touchstone. It's embodiment of law, even though I don't like law, and I'm a chaotic wild magic sorcerer, so that's kind of a contradiction. So, yeah, I'm a bit of a kind of a freak, even among freaks, to be honest.
No,
So,
it's true.
it's true.
And what about Gorf? Who the hell's Gorf?
Oh, fuck that guy. That guy was mean. It was really mean. He doesn't even know me and he said all those mean things. Yeah, hi, my name's Gorf. I'm kind of like the party... I would say like the party hero. Yeah, I'm the one that goes in there. Everyone tries to hurt me. So that's good so that people don't hurt the other people, because...
That's right.
I've survived too many battles and lost too many friends to lose anymore, so I'm just like, if it's gonna be anyone that really gets hurt, it should be me, to be honest, because I'm kind of built for it. It's just really in my DNA. It's kind of who I am. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As a bear folk, 100%.
He's very
And with
predisposed
that,
to
we
taking
have-
punches.
Yes.
Right. With that, we have our fabulous cast. I will warn you, there might be a guest that appears sometime.
But
You just never know what the hell is going to happen over here at Playnard Allies. We're going to do one little final round of fabulousness here, and then we shall set the scene. So, if you love games that have to do with D&D, you will love Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms, a mobile game where you get to play as Champions of the Forgotten Realms. That's right. That's why it's right there in the name. It's delightful. Now, if you look on your screen, you will see a little code there. If you input the code into the game, you will get an Electrum chest that you can use to outfit your characters with fabulous things. My personal favorite is, of course, Jarlaxle, because Jarlaxle has a fabulous hat. And as we all know, you're not a real adventurer unless you have a fabulous hat. So, get over to Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realm, claim your Electrum chest, and conquer the lands! And with that, I think it's about time to set the scene. Don't you? Who's ready for some D&D?
I think I'm ready.
Ali, let's go.
Ready?
Bring it, Kyle.
Get ourselves killed.
Yeah. We're coming in hot with some community subs here. I want to thank you, Snowflake, for resubscribing. Snowflake has been subscribed for 10 months. Let's get to the chat for Snowflake, please.
Incredible.
That is glorious. And we just got 5 community subs. Are we going to start a hype train? Is the question of the evening. Is that a thing that's going to happen? There are many ways that you can help the characters. For the 5 gifted subs, we have shifted things. You now get an environmental effect. So, Mike, please choose from darkness, invulnerability, or magic.
Oh, baby.
Invulnerability or magic.
You know your boy Reginald has to go with magic.
Absolutely, they do. For this environmental effect,
You're evil. I can tell from that laugh.
Duraxis's wild magic now applies to every one of your
Oh. Every one of our enemies?
No.
every one of your enemies.
Yeah.
Just by having Duraxis in the room, his planar touchstone is so powerful.
Oh, yes. Oh, no, that rocket.
Yeah,
that's so cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Like small and stuff.
Hopefully, we'll have a couple enemies turn themselves into potted plants.
Or sheep.
Or sheep.
That's all I can hope for. Yeah,
Or sheep.
I don't.
Not like we're fighting the lich or anything.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's another
Oh my God,
5.
Blizzard, thank you. Bramble, we want another environmental effect, apparently. Now, what I'm going to say is, Mike, I need you to hold on to that environmental effect, because I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff tonight. So, just remind me. If I forget, please remind me. Let's see. So for you, Crow, what we are going to do is we are going to do the 2 that we did not get. So you may choose either invulnerability, darkness, or you may choose dragons.
Hello? I'm sorry, Kyle. Did you think there was a choice there?
Like,
Dragons! Absolutely! All the time!
Oh my goodness gracious, that's a lot. You're very aggressive.
Well, you did dangle the fattest.
This environmental effect is one that we have actually utilized before. You may summon 2 drakes at a time for this combat. So, please have fun there. This is going to be delightful. Do we have anybody else that wants to jump up that hype train? First off, what do we get with the level 1 hype train, Lando?
Inspiration for everybody.
Everybody,
Hell yeah.
please. Put inspiration down. You all get inspiration. Thank you, chat, for giving us the fabulous inspirations right there. Now, let us set the scene. You have entered the throne room of the Lich Queen. You look around. I'm sorry, we have to change this.
Yeah, no, we're gonna. It's gonna be sad, and then we'll do the battle.
Take two. We're gonna do this. You have entered the throne room of the Lich Queen. The city dead. Destroyed by her very own hand. Souls ripped out on the altar of a touchstone. She has explained to you why she wants this. The multiverse must be covered in darkness. Not to harm, to heal it. Only by trapping the souls of everyone in the multiverse in the negative energy plane, away from the greedy hands of the gods, can the sentient beings throughout be free. Free from the meddling influence. Free from the domineering needs. But to do that, everyone in the multiverse must die. You stand amidst the columns in the throne room. 6 columns beautifully carved, spreading from the throne to the door. She stands upon the dais of her own throne, 1,000 years abandoned by her, ruled over by her family, and recently after the murder of her great-grandchild, she reclaimed it. You see the touchstone, the altar that turns people into undead and warforged, to be sent out into the world to create more. You see the dozens of liches on the raised galleries around the throne, staring down at you, waiting for Kilnasi to tell them to destroy. Corton has appeared. Will he be your savior today? As he has been several times before? Does he have anything left in him? We will find out in just a moment. But in the meantime, thank you, Kepilol, for the community sub. What do we get for a community sub?
Inspiration.
Ooh.
We have two. One from Snowflake and one from Kepi.
I love it. That is fabulous. So we've got 2 group inspirations that anybody may use at any time. And what do we get for 1,000 bits?
For 1,000 bits, that's a doozy. That is
Death Blast.
That's for me. It's a new mechanic that we are throwing into the mix here just for today. Maybe I'll keep it around a little longer. A death blast means that as soon as someone dies, something will happen. Will it be an explosion of their latent energies? Will it be a final mysterious action that they take with their last breath? You don't know. You don't know what I'm gonna do to you, but I'm gonna get you. So thank you for that.
Why would anybody do that?
Yeah,
I know,
why?
terrible idea. That's
It's Mike.
Why? Stop!
As you look to the side of you, you see an open portal. The darkness seems to be writhing inside it. It seems almost solid. And then you watch as a tiny tendril creeps out, touching the door opened next to it. And a little chunk of that door just disappears. This is the stuff of the negative energy plane, destroying anything it touches. You see Kilnasi snap her fingers, and a hostage from behind her throne goes flying towards the darkness. You hear nothing. There's no sound. No scream. Nothing. They simply cease to exist. But as they are thrown through the portal, the darkness swells, and a creature forms. A creature of pure death, ready to destroy anyone that stands in their way. Corton rushes forward. An open portal to the negative energy plane. You have lost yourself. Hilnasi responds with, untrue. I have found an answer. As the energies of the plane spread, they will devour creation. All the people dedicating their lives and their souls to petty deities and demon lords will not only be wiped from the material plane, but their souls will be locked inside the plane, unable to feed the little gods that demand their fealty. Those narcissistic anthropomorphs should be begging for every scrap of faith they receive. A world of darkness. You would trap every soul in the unending nothingness of that plane. Your final death is imminent, and it will be a pleasure to serve it to you. But as Corton says that, he falls to the ground, writhing in pain. Something is terribly wrong. Kilnasi strides towards him, graceful, elegant. How will you serve it when you can't even stand? It looks like you will be lost long before I am, Corton. You won't even have the darkness as a friend. You'll be erased as though you never existed. And with that, she raises her hand to throw another changeling into the darkness. Tell me, players, what will you do? Dun dun dun! Battle music!
Hey.
Oh boy.
I would like everybody to roll initiative, please. In the D20, let us see what we shall see.
Oh boy. It's go time.
All right, we have got Alec.
Apple 1.
Ooh, that's not great.
We have
Is
got.
that's 420s?
Yeah, we have 420s. Hell yeah.
You need to calm down. I need
We
you to.
really
Don't
want
worry,
to
I-
go first.
I have evened it out with a 5. Do not worry.
And I with
And then
the
Gorf.
4.4.
And then there's Gorf with a
Bro.
nat 20.
Oh my god.
Go Gorf.
And then we have got Zach. And who do I have? So that's Gore. I've got Ithul. There's so many today. Yeah, well, I do this thing.
You have brought upon yourself a heavy burden.
I did. It's very sad. Again, everybody please weep for me. All right. Oh, we already had the axes, so we can toss that. Now, let me see. So, Malik, what did you roll?
I rolled an actual 1.
So what is your total?
Oh, my total is a 4 because I have Jack of all trades.
Fabulous. Okay, me.
I ended up with a 20.
Okay, all right, that's better than a 4. Good.
A little bit.
My total is a 2.
Yeah.
My dexterity is negative. I got a math wrong with that.
Oh no.
That is my total is a 2.
Sentinel.
20.
Yeah. A 20. Fabulous Pro. What did you get?
It's my favorite number if that counts for anything. 5.
There we go. Yes,
Oh,
indeed.
I was like, huh, you can't roll a 69 on initiative. That's
nice. Nice. Zach,
20.
a 20. And Ithul.
I'm already up there.
Oh, are you?
Yep.
You are. You did it right. Fabulous. Am I missing anybody?
I think it's everybody.
No. Fabulous. I love it. All right. Then, let us
Bottom
look.
row.
We have completed a level 4 hype train. Tell me, Lando, what do we get?
Oh, we get a lot. Well, you know, as much as I'd love another environmental effect, technically we finished a level 3. So for level 2, for 2 we get everyone gets a short rest.
Nice.
Good.
Fabulous.
Yeah, we love that. That's great. You know. And then level 3, Wheel of Chaos.
Wheel of Chaos. Now we do have from a previous stream somebody gifted a whole bunch of fabulousness, so we have 2 other Wheels of Chaos. What I am going to say is that each person may roll twice on the Wheel of Chaos because of that.
Right.
So, hey Crow,
Aye.
let's see
Time
what
to
you
get
get first.
All right, here we go.
Chaotic.
So we actually changed the Wheel of Chaos, so it's no longer being rolled in the chat.
Oh.
You know,
Yeah.
check this
No.
out, guys.
Let's see if it actually works. Is it going to be fabulous?
5 inspirations.
You got 5 inspiration. Oh, and there it
Oh
is.
my
on the
god.
So I split up the wheel. Green is like utility, orange is like attacks, red is bad, and blue
Got
is
it.
like magic. So
No whammies.
No whammies.
Yeah, no whammies, no whammies.
All right, Crow, what's your next one?
Roll it for
Here we
me.
go. Level of exhaustion. Oh shit! I'm so
Oh, fun.
sorry.
Very sorry, Crow. You have
I'm
5
sorry,
inspirations
Crow.
and 1 level of
I'm
exhaustion.
sorry.
You were very tired, Crow. Very tired. But that's why it's a Wheel of Chaos, because not everything is super awesome. Hey, Malik, you're next. Let's see what
Here
your
we go.
first one is.
All right.
First one is extra attack for 5 rounds.
Hell yeah!
Okay.
Which for you means you have 3 of them.
And the next one is, because we got to go quick, because there's a lot. Reckless attack for 5 rounds. Oh, do we see a blender?
Okay.
I love
Prepare
it.
for
It's
some
cool.
premium
Cool.
paladin chaos.
Here we
That's
go.
right. This is gonna get crazy.
Force ballista for 5 rounds.
You get a little alchemist or artillerist.
Iron
Force
Man.
ballista.
Iron Man, huh? And you also get 5 inspirations.
Yay!
Nice.
And remember, players, you need to keep track of these things because I'm
Yeah.
not gonna.
Yeah.
How many force ballistas?
5
So you
rounds
get
of it.
list up for 5 rounds, and then it'll break.
Then Reginald,
Oh,
level of exhaustion. Oh,
Yay!
Oh, everybody's so
Oh,
tired.
no.
You're just a little
Thanks.
tuckered out. guys.
tired. All right. Well, hopefully this makes up for it. Wild shape for 5 rounds,
Ooh,
Okay.
very
Oh.
nice.
and then we
Hey,
have.
let's see what's going on with Lilith.
Lilith. Spiritual weapon.
Ooh,
Ooh.
you get to
Yes.
cast the spell Spiritual Weapon once.
Then we got a layer action.
Oh,
Oh,
Let me know when you want to use that layer action, and I will tell you what your choices
Then
are.
we have Zach.
What are you gonna do?
Zach polymorph.
You get to cast the spell Polymorph one time.
And then last but not least, oh, you get favored foe.
Ooh,
Very
nice. Good shit.
nice.
All right,
I love
and
it.
then I will roll for Gorf first. What are you gonna get, my dude? Sorcery points. Okay, let me write that down.
Very
Sorcery
nice.
points.
Very nice.
5. And then what else? No whammies. Smites. I
Of course.
love it.
Lovely.
All right,
5
and then my
smites.
boy Daraxis.
What's Daraxis
What's
doing?
Daraxis? Force Ballista 2.
Nice. We've got a bunch of little crawly things.
We got some
Shoot
buddy.
people in the face.
And then Dave, oh no! The
What'd you get?
DM got 5 advantages.
Oh my god.
He dodged so many, and Daraxis
Oh,
just had to
that's gonna
screw
be
it up.
unfortunate.
Oh, that's gonna. Owie. Owie.
That
owie.
makes me happy.
That's yucky.
That's
happy.
yucky, guys. That's yucky.
All right. Are we ready to face down the Lich Queen Kilnasi?
no.
No, but we're
We're doing it anyway.
Anyway.
White flag.
Ah!
White flag. White
Like
flag.
that's exactly what Zach would do. 100%.
Zach would have charged in already.
Zach might very well throw poo at her. Like we just don't know. We just don't know.
Polymorph into Grey Ape and I might.
Always with that damn ape. All right, let us begin. Gore, you are surrounded by liches, a shadow stalker, and the queen of the liches. What will you do?
As anticlimactic as it's gonna be, I'm actually gonna hold my action to start. Yeah.
Hey, okay, that's nice. Can I get like even like a little bit of a description?
Yeah,
Like
that's
we
true.
are doing a storytelling.
That's
thing
totally
here.
fair. That's totally fair.
Full time action.
I
Alright. Gorf is gonna look around. He's gonna look. Are they on the balcony? The hunters?
No, everybody's down on the floor
Okay,
of
okay.
the.
Alright.
He's gonna look over and be like, "Seen those guys before?" And
Like his holding action is honestly just gonna be him being distracted by the fact that there are other people, and he's gonna try to figure out whether or not they're enemies. And it's like
they seem familiar, but can't quite remember where they're from.
Oh my god.
They're the hunters, Gorf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pull it together, please.
You're going to need to explain that one to me. I
Sorry.
don't know what you mean by that.
Also completely confused. Oh, I also wait. Were you guys the ones that turned her into a solar?
Hey,
Oh,
I don't
us.
think this is the time. No, Reginald, this is not the time to point fingers. Okay, we have something very important to do. We can
That's-
talk about this later if there's a later. Okay.
Mash first,
Fair
ask
enough.
questions later.
So that's a yes, but
No.
also you are correct. We do have, in fact, have bigger things to deal with right now.
So now,
Indeed.
something that the hunters realize very quickly is that Kilnasi is no longer a solo.
Yeah, what are you
Well,
talking
we had
about?
that-
Like,
that's
that problem solved itself,
That's
alright?
weird,
Like,
yeah.
No, we solved
Oh,
it.
we
We
solved
solved
it.
that problem.
She was a solar, and then
No, you guys are
like we
crazy.
got out of
That's-
the demon web pits, and then she wasn't. Like, what's the?
No,
obviously, that was
Pixar
us
didn't
getting out
happen,
of the demon web
alright?
pits.
Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
And hey, Zach, what are you gonna do?
I charge. I would like to rage at Kilnasi.
Okay.
Fuck everything else. I want the big bitch. I charge towards her, blade stringing across the floor, sparks, sparking. I jump in the air and I bring the greatsword down on her twice.
As you are attempting to bring the great sword down, you feel darkness just invade. You also feel someone kick you in the head as the Shadow Stomper lifts up his foot and slams you directly in the face. Tell me, what does this look like?
As I'm in midair, super cool, awesome, gonna bring the sword down on her head, my head just sort of goes and I just spiral off into the distance and hit a wall.
You absolutely do slam into one of the fabulous columns. You notice as soon as you hit it that the column itself begins to light up. Everyone, please make me a perception check.
Ooh.
I have
Alright.
advantage on
for a
this.
saving throw, and I was like, oh god, not already.
Dirty 19.
Soon.
Natural 20.
Nat
29.
20.
So who got above a 17?
A lot of people.
Okay, everyone who got above a 17, you see a necklace on Kilnasi begin to glow with the same runes as soon as this column does.
I have no idea what that means, but you have to take out those pillars.
You do. Zach, is there anything else that you want to do? You've been kicked in the face and thrown sailing across the throne room.
I stand up, shake it off, sort of spit out a few teeth, and then I grow in size. I grow to 13 feet tall as I use my giant smite. And then that would be it.
Oh, he gets big too.
I'm
I like
fucking
it.
angry.
Oh, smash! Oh, smash!
Smash!
Absolutely, you do. You are now a 13-foot tall creature. I don't like it when my players do things like that. You know why? Because it makes you think that you can win.
Damn straight.
That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Now, because you got close enough to be kicked, you are also going to take just a skosh of damage. You're going to take 24 damage. Necrotic damage. Just
Oh,
for
necrotic.
being near the shadow. It's not a shadow stalker. It's a shadow walker. It's a night walker, sorry. That is what this thing is. It's one of the things that almost took you all down a few weeks ago. And now there's a full punch. Now, Reginald, you've seen your friend kicked in the face. What will you do?
To clarify, you said he tried to destroy the pillars and then the necklace also glowed?
As he hit the pillar light lit up, and then the necklace around Kilnasi's neck lit up.
All right, so two things that I'm going to do. The first thing, feeling the energy of this new touchstone, I'm going to notice the hum of opposing planar energies coming from two people in the room, and I'll look at Crothon and Malik, and I'll infuse them with energy, even more energy from the planes that they're emitting. So I'm going to try and make So I'm going to infuse Crothon with the plane of air, and I'm going to infuse Malik with the plane of earth, and I'm going to try to make Crothon fly, and I'm going to try to make it even more harder to hit for Malik.
So as you do this, some very interesting things begin to happen, as that is exactly what their touchstones are attached to. Crow, you suddenly see something appear right in front of your arm. And as you move your arm around, it follows you. Malik, the same thing happens. In the spot where your shield would normally be, there is suddenly something there. And as you do things, I will let you know what happens with them. What else would you like to do?
Lilith, this is awesome. And then I'm going to run over to the pillars so I can see kind of them in a line, and I'm going to cast Cone of Cold on just the pillars. Oh no.
There are many, many liches looking down at you, and you see Kilnasi just nod her head. Tell me, what are you going to do to attempt to avoid the 6 fireballs that have just been lobbed at you?
Oh man, if anybody else can jump in too, that would be fantastic. But for now,
seeing the 6 fireballs prepared to cast, I immediately move over and wind walled him out, gust of wind him out of the way. Just push him back with the full force of the winds.
As you attempt to use your gust of wind, you realize just what this shield is.
Oh, could I actually get the 6 wild magic rolls for those guys, Kyle?
Oh, you're right! You're right!
All right, you shady slut. Okay.
All right, 1 or 20. 1 or 20.
Okay. So either a oh
yes,
one of them hits the one, which
you roll twice and we pick this time.
Woo! Yes.
All right. Lando, will you please do me a favor? Yeah. Will you please open up the wild magic table? I am going to roll 2 D100s, and you may pick which one you would like. It is either 50 or 88. Tell me in a moment what this looks like as I tell Crow just what they have on their wrist. You cast Gust of Wind, but it doesn't come from your hand as it normally does. You realize at your hands is an open portal to the plane of air. A massive hurricane force wind slams into Reginald. Reginald, I would like you to roll me a dexterity saving throw. I would like to see just how gracefully you handle this.
Dexterity saving throw. Oh, those are actually my favorites.
Ooh, well, thank God for that.
Is that a natural 20?
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
To leave.
Oh my God! What is happening?
Reginald, I need you to tell me. So first off, what are you wearing right now?
I'm wearing this very flowy robe, this very flowy wizard's robe. So I think what happens is, with the power of storms that is inherent in my cleric abilities, I just kind of let myself go, and the wind actually shapes itself as a funnel, as a wind funnel against this wall, and it pulls me over to Crothon.
I love it. Lando, what is happening with the wild magic?
So one of them is give fly to a creature within a random creature within 60 feet. The other is they can't speak, and when they speak, they only have pink bubbles come out of their mouth. So, they're gonna be a bubbler for.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yep.
I think
You
it's
watch
nice.
as 5 fireballs fly directly towards where Reginald was, saved, luckily, by Crothon. They whip back towards the rest of the group, and you see 5 fireballs explode impotently, and a series of very pretty pink bubbles that maintain very interesting shapes, like stars and hearts and unicorns, comes flowing out of this lich's mouth. All of the liches around him just. What are you doing? What are you... He is now embarrassed and will have disadvantage on his charisma checks with the other liches.
They don't want to admit it, but some of them are jealous. Some of them are definitely jealous.
They're jealous.
Can he still cast verbal components?
No,
He cannot.
He can't speak.
No.
He's.
Now, hey, Lilith,
Oh boy.
what are you going to do?
So I noticed the pillars lighting up with the necklace, and we all kind of had the same idea at the same time. So I actually reached down to my belt and I grab the bag of beans that I've had on my belt,
Oh my god.
and I'm actually gonna run over and I'm going to dump the contents of the bag and fling them at one of the pillars and try and blow it up.
Okay, tell me. Please roll on your bag of beans table and let me know
Oh god.
what
Bag of
you
beans,
get.
bag of beans, nothing but-
Everybody likes a bag of beans.
Everybody.
Well, so if you dump the contents, so I'm not planting them, I'm just dumping the contents.
Oh.
So it just has to make a DC 15 dex saving throw to not get exploded.
Oh, the
Well,
pillar.
it is a column,
Yeah.
so it fails its save.
Good
Tell
to
me how
know.
much damage do you do?
It's only 5d4, but it is an
Okay.
explosion, so
All
it's
right,
not,
absolutely.
Explosion.
Give me some explosion, some bean explosion action.
the main explosion. 14 damage.
14 damage. You
giant bag of
definitely
beans.
see this column, like you see it light up, and Kilnasi's necklace lights up, and you see like you've taken a chunk out of that column. It's going to take a lot more to take this column down, but you've taken a chunk out. What else would you like to do?
I'm gonna punch it. I'm really good at punching, so
Mm.
I'm going, like, it has a chunk taken out of it. Awesome. It's been weakened. Cool. Let's go. I'm gonna run up and I'm going to punch it, and then just for funsies, add a little flurry of blows on top of it, because I need to punch this a couple times as hard as I can.
Oh boy.
I am absolutely going to need you to tell me what this looks like. Are you just straight up just running up and like headbutting this thing, or is it a little more graceful than that?
No, it's definitely a little more graceful. Obviously, as somebody who's kind of built up this town and who's worked with building boats and things, I understand just a little bit about structures and how, like the best place to kind of like reinforce them. So as there's this chunk taken out of it, there's this tiny little crack that's kind of formed, but like it's in such a way that I know that if I hit it twice, like once from the side and then like once from like the front, like you have to hit it just the right way, kind of like chopping down a tree. I know it's gonna weaken the integrity of this. If it's not going to take it down completely, it should do a good amount of damage. So it's just like a 1-2, like left, right, right in the meat of this pillar.
Okay. I am going to need from you a. What would this even be? Make me an intelligence check to see
Okay.
if you really understand the sort of crystalline structure of this particular substance, and see if you can figure out where you need to
It's a
attend.
10.
You do not.
Oh
So,
boy.
so
I'm
you
gonna
are
try.
definitely doing that whole like superhero thing where like they try to punch somebody and they punch through the column. Like absolutely. There's like masonry flying various places, but you still only have gotten about halfway through this column with those punches. Anything else you're going to do this round?
That's gonna be it for me.
All right, Diraxis, rock me with your crazy.
Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. Alright, now I'm Direxis. Now I'm right. Alright. Direxis is gonna look around and look and see how completely outnumbered we are. And
You are.
he is going to, like, just, why am I blanking? Like, actually, just, like, literally rub his head and be like, okay, and he is going to reach out and touch his touchstone. And with his touchstone, he is going to feel the life energy of all the people in the room. And the only ones he can sense are the ones that aren't undead. Because they don't have actual life. You know?
That's right.
Sorry,
So first off,
sorry, V.
As you are sensing it,
Wow.
V does not register with you.
Yeah, it doesn't. He don't.
But
No heat signatures.
you sense, first of all, there is still somebody in the air being thrown towards the darkness, and if they get thrown into the darkness, another one of these shadow creatures is going to be created.
Oh,
You
fuck, I
feel-
forgot about that.
A dozen people behind that throne ready to be converted. Now tell me what you would like
Oh,
to do.
okay. Actually, scrap all that shit. Oh, actually, no. He used a life sense, and now
So-
he sees the people.
I'm sorry, what is it? What is this thing that you're using?
I actually have zero clue at all. I had a different thing, but then when you mentioned that,
So first of all, there's no way for you to have sensed anything without the beginning of that description, so we're gonna have to continue with it, Lando. We are not retconning it. So
that's fine. Okay.
what do you do?
So, Diraxis, he knows what he did wrong with the gears and how it affected people, which he now recognizes as people. The hero forge.
The Hero Forge! Midstream
Wow,
plug.
I can't
Hero
even think.
Forge.
Warforged. Wow, that was the name of them. And so, all the people in this room that are not undead, all the beating hearts that he can find, he is going to enable the flow. Oh, this okay. I'm already there. I'm committed. The flow of blood and oxygen to all parts of the body by 60% for all the people that in the room.
So you have just made hemoglobin 60% more efficient,
Yes.
is what you're saying.
Yes.
Across the multiverse.
Yeah, if that's what's gonna happen, that's what's gonna happen.
It's very like the end of Buffy, where suddenly everybody stands up.
Oh
and
yeah.
the player. Because of this, it means that muscles work better, your brain works better.
all the things.
Everyone, please roll me.
Sorry, V.
Let me see.
Yeah, everybody but me.
Everyone but the
One.
vampire.
You may roll me a 1d4. Everybody.
All right.
Oh, fun.
We
How
may
fun
or
that
we
is.
must.
Oh, double fours, baby! Woo!
Keep track of what you got. Has everyone rolled?
Yes.
Everybody,
You-
please roll me a 1d6.
Okay.
Has everyone rolled?
Yep.
I believe so.
On your d6, 1 is strength, 2 is dexterity, 3 is constitution, and so forth. You may add what you rolled on the d4 when you rolled on the d6.
Oh.
I could have done with that on strength.
Let's see.
Plus
So if you
one
rolled
to
a
strength.
1 on your d6 and a 4 on your d4, you add 4 to your strength for this combat. As your body has become just that much more efficient.
Okay.
Now, you have utilized your touchstone to amplify the various attributes of your teammates, except for Lola.
Fine.
What
I
else
get
would
it.
you like to do? Anything, Lando? No, nothing.
I'm so sorry. I was changing it, and I super apologize. You're asking me if I want to do more. I'm presuming because I didn't actually hear it. Yes, Duraxis now knows that there are 12 people behind the throne room. He can't visibly see them though from where he's at.
You can see one of them that is
Okay.
in the air and heading towards
Is there
the
a way
darkness.
is there a way with movement that he could move and see behind and still see that guy or no? Like is the layout?
What's your movement?
And that's a great question. I believe it's just 30.
Yeah, no, you
Okay.
can't get there.
Okay. Duraxis is going to cast Dimension Door, or attempt to. Let's see if it works. He does. He's going to cast Dimension Door right in front of. I'm assuming he's being flung in the moment. He is going to cast Dimension Door to where all the other people are, and have the guy that gets thrown back in the pile with everybody else. And then run over to as far as he can run to the pile of people. I say pile.
As
that's kind of
soon
weird.
as Duraxis does this, you see Duraxis wave his hands about, casting Dimension Door, and he leaps as he's going to jump through it, and suddenly gets counterspelled by
Yep,
5
that happened.
liches.
All
And
those
lands
witches, you
face
just wild
first.
magic rolls.
I already did all the wild magic.
Ugh.
Okay.
They all succeeded. They're good.
Okay.
So you got counterspelled 5 times
Well,
with that.
4, right?
And you face down on the ground. Would you like to try anything else?
I'm gonna cry a little bit because that hurt.
Mhm.
Cry
It
in
did.
his face.
Absolutely.
He's just gonna look up at the rest of the mages, and because he technically, yeah, that's all he could do. He did his best. You know,
He did.
He did.
Then he failed. Crow.
Sag.
Badge. You're a badge.
Sag, but
Did I see what Duraxis noticed? Like the folks behind the throne being thrown into the thing.
I mean, you can see the person floating in the air heading towards the darkness, but you have no idea about the people behind the throne.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Oh, use my brain. Duraxis! What you just you put it over there and did... Fuck all! What happened? What are you trying to do?
Nothing.
There's people behind there.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That's where the
How
rest
else
of them
they supplying
are.
these things?
Fuck
I have
you,
an idea!
bitches.
And I'm going to, my gust of wind is still active. I'm going to point it in the direction of the throne. And I'm going to jump into it to throw myself behind the throne itself.
Wait, hold on. What are you trying to do?
Moving the direction of the gust of wind, going into the gust of wind to then sail towards the collection of people.
Okay, so in this situation, because we were in a fantasy world, I will allow those physics. I will allow that to happen. So you jump up and just go a sailing. You go a jaunty little sail through the air. As soon as you pass Telenasi on the way, you feel somebody grab your foot and
Uh-oh.
slam you into the ground.
A little help here!
I'm gonna need you to roll me a
Oh.
dexterity saving throw 3 times, please.
All right, dex saves. 3 dex saves. Let's go. Boy. Ooh, boy.
I hope you do not roll less than an 11.
Fingers are crossed.
Okay.
Okay, I'm using my inspiration on the 9. Let's go.
Fabulous. All right. Let's see. All right. Okay.
Got it.
God. Thank God, because you would have lost an arm as the portal rips through the arm that was holding it, because it was still facing you as your arm just got thrown into the portal. But in this situation, you flip it around just in time, and it's very interesting because you are absolutely getting slammed into the ground, and then the air is pushing you back up and then slamming you again and slamming you again. So you are going to take some damage.
All right.
From Kilnasi. You are going to take, it's only 6. Only 6 damage. Kilnasi then just flicks her wrist and flips you over and says, not yet, my dear. Although, would you like to go inside?
I have a quick question. How close am I to the folks behind the throne?
At this point, you're probably about 30 feet.
All right, good to know. Let's just double check a thing here. Shiny.
Gonna do anything?
Ooh.
Because I'm gonna do something.
Oh boy. Hi. Would you just do me like the world's biggest favor? Like, chuck me behind your throne. I just had something like to chat with them about. It'd be really. I'm not saying. Don't think getting here. Kalana! And I throw out Kalana's tooth for her to apparate. You watch as lightning strikes, and from it appears a lightning drake. I'm just gonna have Kalana shoot this bitch directly in the face with lightning bolt.
And radiant
as this what?
But he has the radiant damage on all of his drakes now from the thing last time.
Oh yeah!
So as this happens, you see this huge radiance-infused lightning go slamming directly into Kilnasi's face. And when it's gone, you see that all the columns have lit up, as has her necklace. It has done no damage at all. And she just grabs Kalana by the neck and just says, yes, you are a good girl. You're a good girl, aren't you?
Hey, put her down!
Just gives a little kiss to Kalana right on her snoot. Little lightning drake kiss. Then she looks at you and says, I do enjoy playthings. I think you'll enjoy being played with, won't you?
And at this point, I teleport him behind the throne with Vortex Warp.
Oh my god, thank you! Oh, you did this a little bit faster.
What happens is you see the person that was floating towards the darkness suddenly drop as Kilnasi stops concentrating on them. He picks up Prothon and throws him directly towards the negative energy plane, which will absolutely kill them. But instead, as they are flying towards their imminent doom, they suddenly find themselves slammed into the back of the throne. They are now surrounded by the victims that Kilnasi was looking for. Kilnasi, though, turns very slowly and looks at Reginald and says, you'll be my next plaything, dear.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't like to play. Really not my thing.
Where are you? Are you near a column? Are you in the open? Where are you right now?
I think are there stairs leading to the the throne and everything?
There's 3 steps.
I think I'm more standing near where the Delvers team began. Because I got
so you're
pulled
sort of
back
in
to
the
where.
open. All right.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, that.
Yeah, you're in the open. You're in the open. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to need from you. Kilnasi looks at all of you and says, I do enjoy playing with lightning. Hey guys! And 5 lightning bolts come streaking towards you from the liches on the balcony.
Oh, God. Thank you so much. This is fantastic. And
Let's see. Hold on just a moment. Let's see if we got any. No wild magic surges.
Oh, boy.
What are you going to do?
So I'm going to cast Absorb Elements. And can I redirect this back towards them?
Do you have
Because
some way to do that?
I am a Tempest cleric.
Does it allow you to...
And a storm elf. I'm a storm half elf.
So does that allow you to redirect anything?
Not directly, no. But I can absorb this and use it as an attack next round, I guess.
So you don't absorb it, you gain resistance to it.
Oh,
And let's just see. So with 5 of them, that would be... Oh, that's a lot. I'm going to need to do a thing. Hold on just a moment. Because that's 8d6 for each of them.
Well,
So we're going to do a
got
little...
long to where we started, right?
Yeah, so I'm
He's
standing
within
like right
10
next
feet
to
of
you guys.
Okay, so make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
With plus 5,
Alright.
because you're within
With plus 5.
Oh, and a +5. Okay,
Yes.
so whatever this roll
power
is,
of
+5.
Malik.
Oh
Malik
my
tells you.
God!
Oh my god.
That's a
Yes!
20. That's a 22. But
Okay, 'cause it
it's a
came up-
27.
It came up as 42 on this.
Yeah, I don't know
Like,
why I
how
do
the
that.
hell do you
That's
have a
definitely
42
22.
dexterity?
It's a 20.
All right, fabulous. So you will only take 1/4 damage from this attack. Let's see how much it does. 139 damage.
So
All those ones.
Right.
I,
There's a lot.
I do have a small question. Since Reginald and I are kind of connected with our planar touchstones, as he decides that he's trying to like absorb this damage or like he wants to redirect it, would maybe I be able to use my monk ability to deflect missiles? It's not exactly a ranged like missile attack, but because of the connection that we have with our planar touchstones, I'd be able to kind of get a little bit of magic from him and kind of augment my deflect missiles to send them back.
we do have that connection, you and I.
You
Lily.
may absolutely do that, but something very interesting is going to happen here.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes, there is. Please, what is the roll that you need to make on that?
So let's see. Yeah, so I have to reduce the damage. I would take the damage. I would be hit by the ranged weapon attack.
You wouldn't
I would
in this
reduce-
situation, but I
Okay.
just want to know what your...
Yeah. So it would. I have to reduce the damage down to 0 to be able to deflect it back. That's the only condition.
I'm
There.
going to say that that is not the case because we are dealing with planar touchstones.
Mhm.
I think combined with the fact that this is a storm elf and a tempest cleric and that there are touchstones, absolutely. You delve into what used to be your touchstone and utilize its properties of polarity, essentially, to shift something. Now, for the next 5 rounds, Reginald cannot be touched by electricity as his polarity has shifted completely.
Ooh.
Electricity will
this.
literally flow around you. And Lilith, any and all electrical attacks that happen within 100 feet of you will be redirected to you
Well,
That's fair.
for the next
Sure.
5 rounds. Absolutely. So good job, you negated this attack, but
You're a lightning rod.
you have become lightning rod.
Now,
Thank you for the raid, rollers of fate.
ooh, yeah, come on.
Oh, nice.
in.
Nice.
Welcome, 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 rollers of fate. We are in the middle of the finale. We are facing Kilnasi, the Lich Queen, and insanity is already happening. Come on in. Now, Ethul, what would you do?
Now, you guys said that the liches were up on like a higher elevation than us, right?
They're up in like galleries, about like 10 to 15 feet higher than you.
All right, okay, so Athul's just going to take a long, prolonged swig of his flask while all this other crazy stuff is happening around him. And he's just going to subtle cast telekinesis. And he's just going to subtly yank one of the liches off its perch and slam him into the ground.
Very subtle.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. What are you going to do after that?
Well, he's going to take his, mithril scimitar that he hasn't had much need for in quite some time, and then he's going to nail the lich into the ground with it.
Fabulous. You definitely rip one of the arms free. And this lich just looks up at you, grabs its arm, and just tries to reattach it. And you see it sort of reattach itself. He stands up, gives you just a very offended look. Are you serious right now? Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Javelin
gonna
that
throw this
sword
up
into
because
him,
it is
put
a
him to his seat.
concentration spell that I recently acquired. So I'm just gonna keep that up there for mine and everybody's reference.
All right, fabulous. Hey, Malik.
All right. So, first thing I'm going to, how big is this portal to the negative energy plane? Are we talking like?
It's currently the size of like a doorway that is made for
so
like
it's
a
pretty
medium-sized
small.
person. Yeah.
All right.
It's not-
So, I'm going to cast Wall of Stone, like 10, 15 feet in front of it, and create a big old barrier, like those nets they have to stop footballs from field goals from going into the crowds and decapitating some poor soul.
Nice.
Yes.
So, just making one of those, it's not going to be the best landing for whoever gets thrown into it, but it's better than being stuck in the negative energy plane. And because it's small enough, I can make this, I get like 10 by 10 panels. So I can make this out of 5 panels, create like a 50-foot by 50-foot net, a stone net to catch people being flung at it, and make it double thick, so it is a full foot thick, meaning punching through it will take 180 damage.
Fabulous.
Punch through it.
This, so what happens is you create this is it's large enough. You actually trap this shadow creature inside. Yes. The
Excellent.
stone. But just being near the shadow creature is enough to do some damage. So I would like you to keep track of how much damage is being done to the stone. 25 damage has been done so far just by being next to it.
Alright.
You then see this thing, look at this new sort of stone net. He's not really into it. He's not super excited about it. He's going to look around, see who created this, is going to focus on you. I would like a wisdom saving throw, please.
All right.
If you wouldn't mind, just a look at wisdom.
18.
18. You are frightened of this creature now. You see it. You understand that there is nothing that can stop this entropic creature from getting to you eventually. You know that no form of warfare will ever stop it. There can be no treaty, there can be no escape, and there can be no destroyment. You have also become paralyzed. Yeah.
One moment, let me double check something. Oh, nope, I'm not immune to frightened, I'm immune to charm.
And you will
Damn.
take 36 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
Yes, this thing is not fucking around. As it then hits this wall of stone and does, let us see how much damage it does, shall we? Shall we? I think we shall. It hits automatically and does another 29 damage to the stone.
Mm-hmm.
As all of this happens, Ilnasi stands up.
Sorry, real quick. I don't know if you're ending the round yet, but Gorf still has a thing. Just continue if you're not ending the round.
Sure. Do you want to wait until after Kilnasi?
So sorry, do our benefits from the old Wheel of Chaos go away that we had stored up, or do we still have those?
No. Those do not last past an episode.
Got it.
Okay, yeah, Gorf will go before Kilnasi. So Gorf, he's been kind of struggling mentally this whole time. He got a 31 on his perception check, so he very clearly saw that Kilnasi's thing glowed and the pillars glowed. But it's taken him until now to realize that is actually important, and has overridden his natural inclination to attack people rather than objects. So that's what's been taking him so long to go. So Gorf gonna be like, "Hey, this pillar looks important. Oh!" And he's gonna rage, and he's gonna run. There's 3 pillars. Lilith, which one did you hit in terms of its proximity to the group?
The first one.
The first one?
The first one.
Okay.
So it's furthest from the throne. Yeah.
Oh, furthest from the throne.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gorf is just gonna go to the one that's you describe it. So Gorf, as he's running towards this pillar, his feet turn dark and shadowy, and he leaves these dark footprints as he runs. And everyone that sees him looks at him and be like, "Wow, he's going really, really fast." And so, as he's like this dark blur that rushes towards the pillar, he's just gonna pull out his mace and just do the biggest leaping kind of baseball swing and just try to just crush the shit out of this first pillar.
All right, I want to know,
Bats debris at Kilnasi.
Lilith, what are you going to do to help out Gorf? Gorf just jumped over you to slam its mace, into this pillar. What are you going to do?
Well, I don't.
This is totally fine, sir.
I also was under the impression that she was at the furthest one and I was at the closest one, but that's totally cool too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I moved because of Reginald's thing, because of trying to redirect the missiles away from him. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. I don't know.
That's totally fine. You are still concentrating on beating the crap out of this pillar. Absolutely. Gorf, as you slam into this pillar, it is enough to break it where the vampiros had weakened it. Give me, I think this will be a strength check, not a saving throw check. I want to see just how strong your swing is and where this pillar falls. What shall it be, Gorf?
20!
Nice!
Excellent. Fabulous. This pillar goes down. You see its ruins flare and then fizzle out as it then falls into the next pillar.
Please and thank you.
Significant damage to it.
We've still got movement and still got attacks.
He's going to blow through this pillar with his thing and do this tumbling roll, spring to his feet, and he is actually going to stow his hammer, and he is just going to shoulder charge and just like football tackle this pillar because he went through the other one and he didn't notice that he wasn't paying attention to Lilith hitting the first one. He thinks that he just blew right through it. So he's
Absolutely.
expecting to go right through this one too.
Run.
Just
Right
a
up
Looney
this
Tune.
pillar. As this pillar is falling, you run directly down it to this other pillar, and you jump up onto this pillar and you hug it. And nothing happens.
Just slides down.
Kilnasi will stop what she's doing in the middle of the room, look around, and say, "Oh,
He also has a third attack because he's like, oh, he's holding around the pillar. He's like, he's gonna bite the pillar.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! The fucking bite attack.
As you attempt to bite the pillar, you absolutely break several of your teeth. This is rough.
Ah!
This
There's
is
just like
rough.
blood dripping down from like his mouth, and he's just kind of like holding onto the pillar and be like, he is so utterly confused because, you know, there was an effect that he thought he did.
There
and
was.
then now it didn't happen again, and he's like,
And yeah, so Kilnasi is now going to stride forth, looking around at all of you and saying, I will admit I was expecting more from you. She approaches the shadows that you left, like the shadowy boot prints that you left on the floor, and she just touches one of them. And the blood that's pouring out of your mouth, you feel it pouring faster and faster as she combines your blood and the shadow.
my teeth.
You are going to take a chunk of damage. What's your hit point total?
Uh-oh.
You are going to take 50 points of damage. As Kilnasi attacks a quarter of the blood in your body. You see her weaving it together with the shadows that you left. And now, standing in front of Kilnasi is Gorf. Made
Shadow Gorf.
purely of blood.
Huh. Fun.
Yum.
Ready to destroy.
He loves Phil's reaction.
What's that? He has a list now.
He does. And with that, the camera pans away to a gentle, peaceful place. There is a lovely music shift. You see Corton, younger than he is now, and Rathan. The light is almost blinding. It's so brilliant, but you can see just enough that this is a glorious palace, seemingly built of light. Corton and Rathan look to each other, surprised. Oh, is this... Oh, I wasn't expecting this. This is interesting. Who are you?
Oh, my name is Rathan. Most people don't know me.
Well, I'm not sure
yourself?
if anyone knows you. I feel like I feel like perhaps this is new.
Yeah, that would make sense. Who how do I know that? Who are you then?
Well, who am I? I am Corton? That's
Okay.
interesting.
Came as naturally to you as it did to me. That's pretty cool.
Yes. This is lovely. This existing. This is very nice. What is
We are now, right?
we
You are now
Wait.
as well, right? Like,
you? Wait, is it not? It's you, and then there's me.
yeah.
Different?
Huh.
Yes. Oh my God. What do you think we should do?
I think I want to I think I'm going to see things for myself.
Yes! Yes! There are things! And you see Corton sort of turn around. It's like, what is it? It's a chair. But it's a special kind of chair. It's a chair, it's a throne. This is a throne! I'm going to sit in it. I'm sitting in a throne. Look, I did a thing. I did something. I'm sitting in a throne.
This is that word has such a taste in your mouth, no? Throne. Wow. Powerful.
It is. And as you say the word throne, suddenly a throne appears behind you. You've got one. You've got a throne.
I don't mind if I do. And I sit back in it and I'm relaxed. Ooh.
No, this is just amazing. I wonder how much there is.
How much stuff?
Just is. How much is there?
Yeah. Wait. You realize that there could be others now too, like names, people.
Ooh.
We could see. It would be cool to see how other people use things.
But are they people? Are they people? Did they used to be us and then they were me and you?
You know, I don't want to decide that. I kind of want to see it. If we think about it, I don't know.
Well, I think I do want to decide that. I think I want to know. I think that's what I want. I want to know. There's a word. It is understand.
Ah.
I want to understand. But you want to see?
Yeah.
What it would be like.
You know, I think it's like if everything was my own show and I can take a look, I can change what I'm looking at whenever I want and see new things.
Well, that's quite interesting. And as you say that, suddenly a picture appears on one of the columns. What does it look like?
It's a picture of a very busy forest in the Feywild. A myriad of different colors and leaves on the trees, barking wood that howls and screams, flowers turning in and back from creatures and resting as flowers again and planting themselves in the ground. Just all these various constructs all focus into one picture.
Can you see that? Can you do that?
I don't know, but I love it. I just like they're all. I can't do that, but I
wonder if I can do that. And you see Corton sort of like looking around himself, trying to figure out, can I do that? And it doesn't seem that anything's happening. That's strange. I think I used to do that. But I can't. It's all very fuzzy now.
Yeah, I feel like there's words. I feel like there's like words, things that we can do. And I think as I snap my fingers, little sparks come out. Little like bits of flame. I don't notice at first. And
Look at your fingers. Your fingers, they're
whoa,
doing the thing.
whoa. And it just like a little spark comes out of my finger, and I'm like, they can't do that. I can do that. Kid, you want to touch it? You want to try it? It's really bright. It feels bright, you know?
As I touch it, I pull it back because I'm burned, and there's that's not very good. Hold on just a moment. And you see Corton just instinctively sort of shift some things, and suddenly a small container just is built from the nascent stuff, the clouds and the column comes pouring in as now there is a container around your finger. Well, that's better. Oh, I did the thing.
What did you do? What is this?
Did I build a thing? I think I built a thing. I think I built it.
You made?
I did. I made. Why does that word feel so right and so strong? I can made things.
It's very comfortable on you. You look very comfortable with that concept.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
And as this conversation continues, something begins to shift. You see around this very special space these enormous, world-dwarfing shapes begin to coalesce. Wait, we need to travel. We need to go. We need to go now. There's something happening, and I think I understand it.
All I know is that if we don't go, we won't ever get a chance to go. Like there's something, I feel time. You know what that is?
Yes, it is the thing. It's the thing that happens, and then things happen, and then things happen, and that is time.
Yes, and if time happens too much, we can't. I don't even know what we can't do, but I want to see these things.
Those, I think those are gods. And they seem to be wrapping themselves around this. And you look out and you realize that as the camera pans out, that these two people are standing in a palace in the center of the sun that shines down on the newly formed patchwork planet. You are watching the end of the War of the Gods as their bodies are formed around this planet to protect it. You see Corton reach towards the picture of the Feywild and reach his hand out to Rathon. Shall we?
I could get used to this. Yeah, let's go.
And as the portal expands, they step forth into the Feywild as the bodies of the gods condense around them. And the camera pans back to the throne room and the destruction that Kilnasi is wrought. Shall we have a little music change? Kilnasi strides back to Corton, her blood all over him.
Thank you for the host, Dinamina.
It seems that he's ready to throw you away now, Corton. You served your purpose. Corton looks up, still writhing in pain. You know nothing. I'm so much more than I was 1,000 years ago. Do you think that you'll linger? Will there be some pale wisp of you weeping, scratching at the light? Corton looks at her. This poor wisp will tear out your soul and smash it under its boot. Kilnasi simply responds with, my dear Corton, tearing out a soul is a my job. She reaches towards Corton, drags him to the throne. She slams his body onto one side of the altar. You watch as the blue crystal ignites.
I move forward and cast teleport on it.
Your what?
I move forward and my planar touchstone glows and I cast teleport on that planar touchstone.
We'll see. Corton begins to writhe on the altar. Your attempt to teleport the altar itself. Roll me a d20.
$14?
A 14. Had you rolled less than a 10, you would have teleported yourself somewhere other than here. With a 14, though, as you are attempting to teleport the touchstone itself, you feel Kilnasi's will wrapping around it. Her power of transference, warping your intention. Instead of you teleporting this touchstone, where were you trying to send it?
I'm using my touchstone to do it, and I'm trying to teleport it to the middle of the ocean. Because it has to be somewhere on this plane that I know, and I've only been on the ocean, so I teleported there.
You have been, where on this planet have you been? Have you been to Briny Bridge?
Yes, been to Briny Bridge, yeah. Briny Bridge is where I met everybody else, and then we sailed across the ocean.
As you attempt to do this, Kilnasi transfers your ability. Please make me a dexterity saving throw.
That's with advantage, because barbarian. That is an 18.
An 18, you manage to dodge out of the way, as instead of teleporting this to the ocean, you teleport Aquafina, the ancient sea serpent, directly above you. He
I have
slams
no
Our
idea
baby
who this
girl.
is.
onto the ground, directly next to you, coughing, trying to breathe,
Uh-oh.
and being unable to because she's no longer in the water.
Fuck, I should have got watery spear. Damn it.
As you do this, you see Corton's soul ripped out. And as his body lays still on the altar, you see a Warforged sit up and face you all. And with that, Gorf, what will you do?
So Gorf is now looking at a blood simulacrum of himself. He's bleeding from his mouth. And he's like, sorry, I can't even do the voice. I'm just gonna do the regular voice. He will have a lisp for now, but just give me a minute. It's like, I lost a lot of blood. That's mine. I'm really trying to be respectful of people that have lists. I don't want to offend anybody, but sorry.
So what I'm going to say is we have spent almost 2 hours doing one round of combat, so we are going to speed this up. There is, yes, go ahead.
Gorf is going to do the only thing that he can think of, and he's going to run up to his blood simulacrum and attempt to eat it, because the blood came out of his mouth, and now the blood's going to go back in. So he is going to take and just, like, he is going to run up, grapple, and then just start, like, biting and trying to eat the blood simulacrum.
Gorf has one
The
mode.
vampire do that? Just saying.
So,
It
so
just
does the little one a taste?
And so you manage, Gorf, you do manage to take this, like, blood golem and shove, like, its head into your mouth. Like, you're definitely, there's blood sort of dripping everywhere. Anything else that you would like to do?
No, he's just gonna hold on to him and just try to, like, do what everyone thought he did in Jar Sai, which is eat a dude whole. He's gonna do that with this blood golem because he's like, oh.
Fabulous.
Legend become true.
Zach, what are you going to do? You have just had an ancient sea serpent fall down upon you.
Well, I mean, I moved out of the way. I have no idea what this thing is. Sorry. And then I'm going to turn around and smack the pillar that I'm next to.
And give me a little bit. Give me a little. What does this look like? What does this feel like if someone were watching it?
As I'm whacking the pillar. So as I sort of say sorry to the creature, I full body swing like a cricket bat straight around into the pillar, and as my sword connects with the pillar, my shoulder goes into it as well, and I'm trying to push the pillar over towards where Kilnasi is.
Ah, fabulous. So, you see where one pillar has fallen and slammed into the next. You see some very small marks in there that still have teeth in them. And as you slam into this pillar, please make me a strength check.
Strength test.
Let's just see how powerful this blow is against this pillar.
That is a 23.
A 23, all right. You please roll me your damage and multiply it by 5.
Kidoki.
And let's see where we get with this.
Because I'm doing the attack with my greatsword as well. I mean, let's just throw a great weapon master in there as well.
Love it.
Wow, I rolled double 1, so that is 17 times 5.
So 17 times 5. Okay.
85 damage.
Fabulous. So 50. So 85. Yeah, no, absolutely. So you take this sword. You absolutely just turn this section of this thing into rubble. Please make me a dexterity saving throw. Let's see Let's see what's going on here.
22.
With a 22, what I'm going to say is, as you see this thing, you slice through it, it crumbles to rubble, and then it starts falling towards you. And I'm going to say you do an amazing, I mean, just gorgeous, with a 22, a gorgeous, like, back handspring, and just jump up and push yourself off of this column, giving it enough momentum to start falling towards Kilnasi.
And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to run up the pillar as it's crashing towards Kilnasi. I'm then going to jump off of it with my next attack and bring it down onto Kilnasi's head.
Fabulous. You watch as you are running up. This column slams directly into Kilnasi. And nothing happens. It literally crumbles around her. And as you slam into her, you feel the reverberations in your arms as that thing touches her. And you realize, as every time you have hurt a column, or every time you try to hurt Kilnasi, these rooms have expanded, you realize that Kilnasi is completely invulnerable as long as any of its columns are standing.
I thought as much. How many columns are left?
4.
4 columns. All right.
Yeah.
So as I land on the floor, I didn't want to do this yet, but I'm going to have to. I split like that, and as I split like that, the blade extends out, and an ethereal version of the sword comes out, holding both swords. I lob them towards 2 separate pillars because I have my great sword is a dancing sword, and they both fly towards 2 separate pillars and attack them.
Nice.
There are 2 swords attacking, each attacking a single pillar. Remember that as we move through the round. Reginald!
All right. Just having my life saved by V, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold out my book and I'm going to strike my quill across it, and these almost bright sparks looking creatures appear, and they start flitting all around me as I cast Spirit Guardians at 5th level, and I'm going to keep them as positive energy, and I'm going to run up to V, and I'm just going to say, there's a lot of things we need to do, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe that our touchstones might be able to at least shut down this portal to the negative energy plane.
I mean, it's worth a shot. I've done some crazy stuff with the negative energy plane once or twice before. So.
Either we shut it down or we change it to the positive energy plane.
I mean, I worry about her powers of transference. It's
all right. We know what she can do now, and hopefully our friends and these guardians around us, these positive energy guardians that are her opposites, can help protect us for now. But we should try this.
And as you look over to Kilnasi, you see that she is quite distracted with a column and a giant person literally on top of her right now. And welcome, Alakazam. We are in our season finale as we are facing down the Lich Queen Kilnasi. Will she be able to destroy the world, suck it into the negative energy plane, and stop the rule of the gods in the multiverse? Or will our heroes stop her? This is what we are here to find out. Tell me now, what are you going to do?
Like I said, I don't know if this is going to work. All I know is that I can't do this without you.
before we do whatever it is that Reginald has planned, can I take my lair action?
Okay.
For those who don't know, we rolled the Wheel of Chaos, and Lilith gained a lair action. You may choose between electricity vulnerability or camaraderie. Which would you like?
Oh, do I pick the power of friendship?
Always.
Uh, I'm currently a lightning rod, so let's go with electricity, I guess. I don't know, is that a bad idea? Should I not do that because I'm a lightning rod?
Electricity. You feel the potential energy, the negative energy of the lightning bolts swirling through the hands of all of these liches around you. You may choose to direct that energy wherever you would like one time.
Wonderful. I will keep that in my pocket for now then, I suppose.
Fabulous. Now what would you like to do?
Okay, Reginald. You know your touchstone better than I do. What do you need me to do?
This spell, all I need you to do is to weaken the magic of that's creating this portal enough for me to shift its direction, or maybe I can collapse it altogether.
Okay. God, how do I have no idea how to do that. So
let the touchstone be your guide. The eye will point you in the right direction.
That sounds so
Cryptic,
magic
I know.
frou-frou.
Yes.
That's not helpful. Okay, great.
Punch the magic away from this portal. That's what you need to do.
I actually have. Okay, so I kind of like pay attention to the touchstone, and I kind of like notice, if there are spirits in this room. Obviously, I've been able to see them, and it's a lot right now. But I also know that I'm a little bit of like a lightning rod, which is kind of cool. So before I do anything with the touchstone, I'm actually going to use a charge from my ring of shooting stars to create a 4-foot sphere, which obviously is centered on myself, so I don't actually have to worry about moving it because it's on me. And I would like to so basically I have this giant sphere of just energy surrounding my entire body, and I would actually like to try and I would like to use 4 of the key points that I have, and I would like to use my touchstone to try and like channel a dispel, and kind of like so what I would like to do is get close enough to this portal with this giant ball of electrical energy, work this dispel magic, and cast this key point, use these key points to kind of like force the energy from all of these things into this portal to try and just overwhelm it, I guess.
As you feel this, you know that the negative energy plane just absorbs energy, right? If you were to use your layer action to amplify this, something interesting might happen. But Reginald, what is your plan?
So I'm going to use the energy that I have with that's going on with me, that's dispelling all of this electricity, to amplify what V is doing, first of all. And at the same time, I'm going to use the touchstone that was switched into me to create positive energy, to create a connection to the positive energy plane, and force all of that energy as an opposite to straight into this portal to try and either counteract it or to shift it into an energy, a positive energy plane portal.
As you first connect to the negative energy plane that sits before you in order to find its opposite, the positive energy plane, you see Lilith striding forward, a ball of energy. Lilith, will you use your layer action or will you save it for later?
No, I would like to use my lair action. I would love to call upon all of the electrical energy that I feel kind of in this room coming from these lich's fingers to actually empower the ball of lightning that I have around myself to make it bigger, to make it stronger, to just give it more of, you know, that energy, that electrical sort of charge that'll just hopefully power and overwhelm.
This energy, you realize that with your positively charged self, that you can draw all of the latent electricity, all of this magical electricity at the hands of the liches to you. The connection to the negative energy plane has been made by Reginald. And you feel 20 lightning bolts fly from the hands of the liches around you, unsummoned, confused by what is happening. They all begin to go into place. The spark of the positive energy play appears in the center of the doorway. You watch as the lightning flows through you and into it. And now, the question. You feel the pull. You feel the light. Will you step into it?
I mean, I don't really have a choice, right?
You do?
Well, I do, but I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
You feel
Let's go.
the darkness in you being sucked into the darkness of the portal, and you see the light growing and shifting in beautiful patterns as it overtakes the darkness. You feel your blood that is still in your veins, not pumping, but still begin to move. You reach out your hand and you touch the light. Please roll me 6d6. You take 19 damage as you are flung backwards across the throne room, slamming into this
Give
net
everyone some
of
advantages.
stone.
We have an advantage. We have group inspiration.
Ah, there we go.
Plus 1 inspiration for everyone that we got from the hype train.
Got it. Is that something you want to use here, or?
Not yet. I think.
Yeah, I would say not.
Oh, and Kyle, you have a death
I'm
blast.
ready.
Just a reminder.
Oh, I know. No one's died.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure you.
You get flung backwards, slammed directly into the stone net. You stand up and you see all the darkness that is fading being turned into pure light start bleeding into the room.
Did we do it?
The portal now leads to the positive energy plane.
Let's freaking go, Lilith!
Oh my god!
Hey.
Standing in front of it is Lilith, the true vampire. You have lost your taste for blood. You are a human again. And now it is Lilith's turn. What will you do?
I'm gonna need a minute. I think because ow. And also, holy fuck, I'm a human. So I'm gonna hold my action while I figure out what it means to be mortal again.
That's right.
How does it feel to need to breathe again?
Oh
I have a
no!
beating
Oh
heart.
crap! Oh, I forgot I have to do that. Oh god.
Get the stat boost now. Roll the d4 and the d6 because you're now organic and you've got
Still counts.
Yeah.
hemoglobin like the rest
Hey,
of
look
us.
at that!
That's right. Yeah.
You got good blood.
Yay.
Welcome to the land of the
Blood.
living.
And now, Daraxis, you have seen the portal being shifted from darkness to light. You see the brief flare of consternation on the face of Gilnasi, though she quickly suppresses it. What will you do?
How many of those like dark demon things are there? And can you give
There's
me like
just
Oh.
now there are dozens out in the city, but they are not in the throne room.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. For some reason, I imagined they were there too. I was like, why aren't they doing anything? Okay. I had a plan. But it's kind of different now because that was
I like different.
super fucking cool. Super cool. How many liches are there, roughly?
6.
There's about 24.
2
2
dozen.
dozen.
Okay, and they're all still up
Here?
on the balcony.
They are.
Okay.
Well, one of them is down on the floor.
That's
in front of
that is right. That is
who
right.
is reattached to their arm.
Okay.
Get
Daraxis
out of him.
is going to stand up because the liches humiliated him earlier.
Yeah.
And he is going to look at them squarely in the eye, and without making a sound or a motion, a fireball is going to erupt from him, and it is going to ricochet amongst all of the liches within
Hey,
range.
I'm gonna stop you there
Okay.
because you don't actually target a single person with a fire.
Okay. I was hoping that I could get away with the fireball. That's fine.
If somebody else wants to help with this in some way, if there's a fabulous
I have an idea.
Logically, I'm
do it.
paralyzed.
Yes, gimme.
Oh no,
Uh,
Malik.
Malik, you got this?
No,
No,
I'm
no.
paralyzed. I can't do
Yeah.
anything.
Oh, ooh,
I did a
whoops.
couple plays.
All right.
I'm gonna do something. No, I'm paralyzed. I'm just helping
So-
people with mechanics.
As this intense elemental fire begins to apparate into space, Koreatal, my fire drake, begins to react. From Crow's necklace, it erupts out, leaping towards the source of flame, combining with it, and taking off, ping-ponging between all of the liches.
No, what I will say is that it does not combine with the firebolt, but absolutely, as this is now a directed attack.
Oh, baby.
What you see is this bright red flaming drake suddenly come out as Crow throws the talon of the phoenix. You see this talon absorb the fireball. And Diraxis, absolutely. It bounces now between each lich. You see the talon tear open little bits of each lich as it ricochets between all of them. I need you to roll me. And this is going to take a moment, so I'm going to allow you to just roll these. There are 24 liches.
Woo!
Their AC is currently 19. So I need you to roll me 24 attacks. As soon as you miss one, you are then rolling a disadvantage for all the rest.
Okay.
So do that on your
It's
own.
a fireball.
And-
it doesn't have an
So-
attack, so just take
So
it.
Make a
it's
spell
your
attack.
no, it's your
roll.
spell attack. It's your spell
Only
attack.
Just make it your spell attack.
There is, so you handle that in the background, and when you're done, let me know, and we will come back to that moment. For now, though, Bro, you have the talon. Now what do you do?
As the talon is thrown from my hands and begins to react with the magic being ushered forth by this wizard, Crow, in jubilation, seeing that the portal is transformed to one in positive energy plane, kind of looks out to the crowd, says, Gordon, we're doing it! And his eyes land upon the still body of Corton, a Warforged having risen up at his demise. And his face drops. He looks back at the dozen innocent thralls that were being transformed into these nightmare horrors of negative energy. And turning to them, he just silently, no more death. As he raises his staff, slams it down to cast teleport to send 9 of them to Delver's Dream.
Awesome. You are, as this talon is flying through the ranks of the liches, you feel as soon as you raise your staff, you are hit with 5 different castings of Hold Person. Please roll me some saving throws.
Not a problem.
There's got to be another wild magic failure in here at some point. I'm really looking
I
forward
hope
to
so.
it.
Oh boy, time to use 4 inspirations. Oh boy. Let's try that again, baby.
Yeah, let's do better.
Okay, final inspiration on that 8. Oh boy.
Let's see.
Okay, how do I do?
You still failed at
Damn
least
it.
2 of them.
Okay.
Yes. You are now held and totally unable to do that spell. Is there anything you'd like to think while you are held and attempting to do this?
As I am trapped in this position, there is just a single calling out to the genie of the chalice as I'm begging for his assistance in saving the realm his children exist on.
You get no response.
Very well.
Sadly. But one of the liches did get a wild magic failure.
Nice.
Yes.
So,
Okay, I'm done.
So first I'm going to roll this. Lando, you may choose between 3 or 41 on the wild magic table first. And then how many liches got hit?
They all got hit, but I had to use one of my advantages, one of the group advantages, one of the inspirations, and 6 of the plus ones.
Oh
but
my
got
god,
hit.
I love it.
Good job. Worth it.
So first, this resolves with, as you see this claw just bouncing back and forth between all of these liches, what you see developing is that the claw will land on a lich, tear it open, and then the drake will just jump towards it and pick it up in its mouth, just clawing at the lich in front of it, trying to get to something else, and it will just spit the claw out, heading to the next lich. And it goes literally through the entire room, just setting all the liches on fire and trying to claw at them. The liches are now in pretty major confusion. Enough of them still were cognizant before this drake got to them that they could cast the whole person spells.
Of course.
But they have lost concentration as they are being bitten and clawed at by a fire drake. Sadly, you will have to wait until next round before you try to do that again.
And,
Okay.
I know that was in the middle of my turn, but I had one more thing. I'm gonna do.
Oh damn, Phantom coming in hot with 5 community subs.
Nice.
Hey.
That's environmental effect, baby.
Ooh,
Let's go.
Phantom. Let me know who you want to give the environmental effect to, and we shall see what we shall see. Shall we? I love it. And yes, if you want to get another campaign started, I'm here for it.
And then just quick note, a real quick thing. Daraxis is going to quicken spell, shape water, and shape water out of his water skin, and put it around Aquafina's head so that she doesn't suffocate to death. Because that's about all he could do.
Because Daraxis thought of Aquafina, power of your kindness shines through. And Aquafina reflexively whips her tail, shattering a third column.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah!
The power of friendship. That's right, everybody.
That's it. Go for the columns. Destroy them. Then we can kill Kilnasi.
Absolutely. Absolutely you can. Or you can try at least. You can.
It's the best shot we're getting.
Hey, Crow. Not Crow. Ithul.
Ooh, another hype train's inbound.
Oh man.
Nice. All right. Well, seeing how he just very conveniently gave Aquafina the ability to breathe, why not give her the ability to fly? So he's just going to direct his attention over to Aquafina. He's just going to mutter in eldritch words and snap his fingers, and you're just going to see arcane energies weave around her and lift her up off the ground.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. You now, Aquafina is now going to act on your turn. So, what will Aquafina do? And I would like to say we are about to start another hype train. If somebody wants to throw a couple bits in there, that would be amazing. This is turning out to be a spectacular.
You get a short rest, you guys.
Oh.
Hey.
And I'll try to telepathically convey to Aquafina exactly what happened as best as he understands it, and tell her that that evil bitch is responsible and that the pillars need to break so she can suffer.
Ah. Does anybody want to help out Aquafina? Oh, damn it, we just did a hype train. All right, kids. We've got a hype train going. That's nutty.
Get hype!
Everybody, you get another inspiration. There you are.
I was running low.
Reload!
I burned through my 3 that I had.
We have 2 plus 1.
That's right. We've got some plus ones. Now, is anybody going to help Aquafina? You know what? Before we answer that, another environmental effect has been given.
Ooh.
Tell me, would you like to use it or would you like to save it?
Let's use it.
I believe it was given to Lilith.
Ah.
Yeah, Lilith, what would you like to do with it?
Let's use it. Why not?
All right,
Use it,
please
use it, right?
give me, choose from one of the following.
Mhm.
You may choose from water, ice, or steam.
Let's go with water, cause Aquafina, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like steam
Absolutely.
feels like a bad idea.
Yeah,
Just,
probably sad.
yeah.
You watch as Aquafina, now flying ancient sea serpent that was ripped from her home near Briny Bridge and transported here with the power of a planar touchstone. You see her suck all of the water surrounding her head into her mouth. And 3 jets of super powerful water spray come shooting out as she devastates the 3 columns in front of her. They are not destroyed, but they are significantly weakened.
All right.
Nice.
Now, you see Aquafina take a moment and slam her tail into another one, shattering it into little bits of rubble right in front of you. Tell me, would you like to do anything else at all?
Other than that, he is just going to then turn his attention towards this convenient little force ballista he's noticed sitting just off in the corner. He's going to just, with his telekinesis, just give it an ever so slight nudge in the right direction and have it fire at the base of one of the pillars.
Absolutely. You definitely do a little bit of damage. Not enough, again, to destroy it, but the pillar's looking pretty
Can
messed up.
Diraxis add his force ballista to that attack?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would
Along
like
with one of my great swords attacks.
You
That's
what?
right. That's right.
Along with one of the dancing sword attacks.
Ooh, yes. And with that, we can take down yet another pillar.
Yeah!
One
Excellent.
left. You see Kilnasi looking around and just, He's not super jazzed about this. Gotta say, not super jazzed. Malik.
All
What
right.
do you
Do I
think?
make the anti-paralysis save at the beginning or end of my turn?
I'm going to say that you automatically make it as this wave of positive energy has definitely
Excellent.
disrupted
Hell yeah.
Excellent. So I am going to rush at the remaining pillars. Going to go for one. Zach, you mentioned you can teleport people, and we've got combo moves available.
Uh-oh.
Could you try and teleport me for a double strike to try and hit both of these? As I do have the extra attack from the thing and free reckless attacks, so I
Ooh,
may
yes.
as well go hard.
I can't quite help you teleport anymore, but what I can do is provide a sword for you to surf on. Because it's big enough.
Oh, that's good.
Yes! Yes,
Run
please!
forward.
Yes,
See
please!
the sword moving towards one of the pillars and hop on, wings like swept behind his back to get as aerodynamic a surfing position as possible, and then swing his glaive in just reckless abandon as we go for this.
I want to see, so give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no, my
I
worst
want to
one.
see how well you do.
I'm going to spend an inspiration on that. Because that was about to be very bad. Come on.
That's a nat 20. That is a nat 20.
Two-star famine only, baby.
This is one of the most beautiful things all of you have ever seen.
So there's a moment where Malik is jumping towards the sword and you realize I have never surfed anything. And I don't know what I'm doing. And then he kind of forgets himself, leans into it. The light of the heavens explodes off of him as he activates his consumptive presence. The divine light of the Red Knight flowing off of his wings as he goes on, starts surfing perfectly, entirely on instinct towards the first of these. 31 for the first swing on the first pillar.
So, as you are moving around the pillar with this dexterity saving throw, absolutely you get to hit. As you just swing this glaive over and over and over again in these increasingly complex patterns as this sword is taking you around these carved pillars. Initially, it looks like you did no damage at all. And then all of a sudden, the pillar just falls apart. What is the symbol of your god?
The symbol of the Red Knight is a chess piece, a literal knight chess piece.
As you fly away from this, you see a giant knight chess piece has been carved into this as all of the other pieces of the pillar just fall away. The chess piece, by the way, looks like they are winking.
Excellent. And do I get an attack on the second one? Do I need to make a second dex save for that? How do I?
What are we aiming at now?
The other pillar.
All of the other pillars are destroyed.
Oh.
All of them are done.
Well then, I'm aiming at Kilnasi.
You see, as you are flying towards, you won't be able to quite make it to Kilnasi in this round, but as you are flying directly towards her face, you see her pick up the necklace, rip it off herself, and throw it on the ground, saying,
Can I use my sword? This is the normal sword that he stood on at the minute. Can I use its attack to throw him towards Kilnasi?
Yes, let's go.
As it flies back to my hand.
Absolutely. Absolutely you can.
Excellent.
100%.
I'm stood right next to her.
What do you do as you are flying directly into the face of Kilnasi?
I'm gonna take the swing. This is the best shot I'm getting.
Yeah!
Tell me what this
I'm going
looks
to try
like.
and land in a plunging stab to try and impale it through her into the ground for a very dramatic landing.
I love it. So now Kilnasi does not look like most liches. She's had 1,000 years. She is in a gorgeous, immaculate dress with beautiful flowing hair that goes all the way down to the floor and these perfect almondine eyes and cherry red lips. Your glaive tears through her dress, pinning her to the ground. And you see not blood, but a puff of dust come out of her mouth as she. Oh.
Well, I do hope you weren't expecting this. It's going to be a bit of a bummer if you were.
I'm not, but, and she grabs the half of the halberd and just pulls herself up. You ruined my dress.
Had
That's
to be done.
quite rude. You, she looks over at Crow and at Diraxis, have startled my poor liches. Whatever shall I do?
Drop
now?
dead and die.
Oh, my child, I did that ages ago.
Yeah, she's already did.
Tell me, what do you fear most? Is it life? Is it death? Is it being forgotten?
It's failing
Let's-
those who put their fate in me.
Well, my child, let's see what happens when the one who was meant to protect you becomes the one who will ultimately destroy you. The Warforged steps forward, raises their hand, and you see a beautiful rainbow erupt from it. Everyone, please. Roll me
Counterspell?
a 8. You may absolutely attempt a counterspell. And as soon as you do so, Kilnasi counterspells that.
Wild magic roll for Kilnasi?
Counterspell also?
Not affected by that.
Okay.
Counterspell?
Counterspell game.
Counterspell? Absolutely. Corton is going to counterspell that.
Anybody else?
Diraxis is going to subtle cast counterspell
Yes!
and counterspell
Let's
that
freaking go!
and end the
I'm
train.
going to
Let's
use the-
go.
Unless
I'm going to use
unless
the
it's
deep
Malik.
counterspell I got last session.
You what?
I'm going to use the demonic counterspell I got last session from the memory trend.
Oh, that's
Oh.
way better.
Oh my
yes.
god!
Oh my
I need to
God.
roll Arcana for this, right? Or
You,
Insight.
I'm gonna say you don't have to roll. You absolutely managed
Counterspell
to
tree.
counterspell. This is just so everyone. You sort of see everybody with like their hands raised, like we're doing the thing, and then everybody just sort of looks at their hand like, wait, what? What's happening?
Absolutely. It's the
Why aren't
Spider-Man
we hitting
meme.
people?
We're just pointing at each other like,
Absolutely. Kilnasi just sort of looks around. It's like, oh, fine, I will do it myself. And a rainbow erupts from her.
Lilith, you could do this.
Well, well, I mean, not to get
Yes!
crazy, but can Diraxis subtle cast counterspell?
You have already cast a reaction, so no, you may not.
But Lilith hasn't.
Lilith has not. That's true.
I don't have a counterspell, guys.
Yep. So, Lilith,
mean,
do you have...
With my planar touchstone, I do. Yes, I do.
it!
Damn skippy she does.
Alright.
And it
You
doesn't take a
feel
spell
something
slot.
very interesting happening as Kilnasi uses her touchstone to transfer which spells you are casting.
Oh.
Kilnasi
What a
chooses to fail the check necessary to counterspell a prismatic spray because it is a much higher level than her. And now, you will be safe yourself, but everyone else, please roll me a d8.
Alright. Should that be a new D8 or should we use the D8 we rolled for the last one?
Let's make it a new d8.
Alright.
Something, a little bit of new delightfulness. Let's look at that.
I hate everything. I hate everything.
Everybody hates
Numero
everything.
3.
Oh.
All right, so has everybody rolled?
Yeah, looks like it.
Did anyone get a 1?
No.
Did anyone get a 2?
I did.
All right. You are going to take
Uh-oh.
37 acid damage.
Nice.
Did anyone get a 3?
I did.
All right, fabulous. You are going to take 45 lightning damage. Did anyone get a 4?
I did.
I did too. Gorf did.
For those of you who got a 4, you will be taking 30 poison damage.
Oh boy.
I would
Then we
argue
get
that I'm
5.
standing next to a
I
lightning
did.
rod. Just saying.
You will take 39 cold damage. Did anyone get a 6?
Nope, but there's a 7. There's 2 7s.
Did you? Oh, you got 2
I got 7.
7s.
Draxus got 7.
You are blinded.
The worst one!
Anyone got a 7? Who got the 7 at the start of your next turn must make a wisdom saving throw. If you fail it, you are transported to another plane of existence.
Oh, awesome.
Uh-oh.
And did anyone get an 8?
But I still have that teleport. Right.
Fabulous.
Oh boy.
With that, we end round 2.
No, because I was holding my action.
Oh, well. Thank you for jumping in. What would you like to do?
Seeing this, you know what? Like, Kilnasi, I became a vampire because you're a bitch, and I stopped being a vampire because you're a bitch, and now I've just hurt all of my friends because you're a bitch. So, just, you know what? So done with this. I don't know if being a human is gonna be good for me, because now I can die. But you know what? Let's go. I'm actually going to I'm going to charge at her, and I am going to like pull my arm back,
So
and I'm gonna engage in combat with her.
you are on the other side of the wall of stone, which means there's a whole net of stone between you and Kilnasi currently.
Right up the wall there.
Can I use Step of the Wind and jump
That
over?
allows you to move quickly, not to move through things.
My jump distance is doubled though. Can I jump up and over?
That is Malik. Did you create this as like with a cover on top of it?
No, it was basically just like a catching net. It's 20 feet, or it's
Fabulous.
50 feet tall though, which
Then
is
you-
potentially an issue.
So it is 20 feet tall. So, but you've got like as a monk, you could
Yeah, you can run on walls.
Yeah.
Tell me, is that what you'd like to do?
Yeah, I yes, yep. Because I just need to get at Kilnasi. The pillars are down. Let's go.
Absolutely. As you begin to run up, climb, and jump over this, you feel a hand on your ponytail, yanking you back as the vampire version of you, the darkness that resided within you, grasps your ponytail and slams you into the ground. My dear, yes, you can die. And she is going to punch through your rib cage.
Sure.
Oh fuck.
She is going
Just
to
like,
lift.
just straight through. Just like,
She's a vampire. Yep.
yeah.
She's,
Sure.
you can literally feel her hand squeezing your lung. And she lifts you up to face level. I was a much better version of you. What are you gonna do?
I am going to I'm gonna reach down and I'm going to grab I'm super weak, but you know what? I've got these vials on my belt. So I'm going to grab 2 vials and I'm just gonna smash them on the ground and create another very large ball of lightning to try and stop whatever's happening, and maybe I die, but whatever.
You are absolutely You are absolutely like the lightning rod at this point. So as you do this stroke of lightning just comes up through you and then slams into the vampire part of you. She gets thrown directly into the positive energy plane.
Yes!
Yeah.
You want to hit this.
Taste the rainbow, bitch.
She hits this event horizon, this bright, bright light, and you see the light begin to come through her as though it's cracking her into little bits. She screams at the top of her lungs and disintegrates in front of you. You fall to the ground, a hole in your chest. Maybe one of your friends will try to help you.
Quick
Fucking
question
hope so.
about the wall of stone. So Kilnasi's encased in it. Which one of?
Nope.
No,
Gilnasi
the
is not encased in it.
gate-
It is around the portal.
Yeah.
There's so yes.
Oh,
And
that
with
V
that,
was in. Gotcha.
We shall
Okay.
pan away. The first time we panned to 1,000 years ago. This time we shall pan to the Feywild 500 years ago. Well, it's been a while. I thought I might find you here.
Should be pretty easy to find me, to be honest. Just take a look at the fountain, I guess. Probably can see into me.
I've been thinking about this for quite some time.
Oh. Care to enlighten me on, share your thoughts? Like, you want something to smoke?
Oh, no, thank you. I gave that up ages ago. Do you remember anything before the palace?
No, not really. I thought I might one day, but it's honestly like the most distant memory I could think of, to be honest. Even the idea of the palace seems ancient to me. Not the same at all since then.
No. Something has changed. I feel like there's still much that needs to be done, but I simply can't remember what I was doing before then or why I'm doing the things that I'm doing now. Let me think on it. Do you mind if I go to bed?
By all means, take your time, do what you gotta do. I was just gonna sit here and see what animals pass by, really. It's always a lovely surprise here.
I imagine. They are quite interesting here in the Feywild. All right, I'm going to head to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. And Corton strides away in thought. Behind you, a figure appears. She is the most beautiful creature you've ever seen. Radiant red skin with recurving horns. Eyes pure violet, flashing with hints of orange. She runs her fingers through your hair.
I actually don't hate this for some reason. You kind of seem like you've partied a little bit before.
Oh, very much, yes. Me and all my little succubi have. We know the power of intoxication when it comes to enjoying things to the fullest.
Ah,
She curtsies to you and extends her hand. I am Glacia.
pleasure. I put a joint in her hand and I tell her my name's Rathan.
She picks up the joint and she takes one pull, and it just keeps going and going and going, and she just finishes it in one breath. She leans in towards you, and she puts her lips on yours and breathes all of that smoke directly into your lungs.
Take a deep breath of it. A
Yes.
little bit comes out of my nose. It's like, oh. Wow, you were not kidding with that. Wow, I gotta learn that one. That'll be a really fun pattern trick. Sorry, what brings you around here? I've never felt this energy in the Fae around me before.
Oh, you and my girls, we visit the Feywild quite often. It's quite fun here. But you, I felt you. I know somehow we have a connection. I'm just not sure exactly what it is yet. And given the fact that you're not going to be here in a few centuries, I think I'd like to explore it.
I mean, exploration's definitely never been a sin to me. And I mean, when you say not here anymore, are you talking about like, because I'm mortal, right? Like, I'm just going to expire at some point.
Oh, you're not mortal.
But I'm in the Feywild. That should be cool, though.
You're not immortal.
I'm not immortal.
You're, oh,
Yeah, right? What?
you're not a person.
Now, you're gonna have to run that one by me again. Excuse me, because what? I'm right here. You felt me.
You are.
See me. You showed me a really cool smoking trick. But what do you mean I'm not a person?
Oh, love. You're not real.
Pouncer, what do you think about that? And like my little prairie dog's on fire, full fur, skin just constantly embellished like there's wind around him, just jumps up on my shoulder, just kind of squeals at me, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. I mean, like, people here are weird, but
What do you remember?
well, not everything, as you can tell with the, but I can remember
You can remember your journeys. You can remember what you've done since you left that pretty little palace of light.
the hell are you talking about? How do you know about that? Yes, I don't remember anything before that, but
Do you think that I wasn't an integral part of starting that little skirmish between the gods?
and like I just like stare off for a moment as I kind of get like a little flashback of like more details of the palace, and as I get that little realization. Are you talking about Wait, you're talking about those big around the planet?
Yes. The War of the Gods that destroyed all of the other worlds and created a patchwork planet.
So you're pretty old too, then.
I am. Though it's never I mean, let's be honest, one should never look at a lady and call her old. Just the cheek of it.
I'm sorry, where are my manners? Somebody has gotten me extremely high suddenly. I don't know. Now, so what do you remember my past? Do you know where what happened before the palace?
I
With
do.
me
I
and with
remember when
Corton?
the palace was created. I was there. I watched.
Okay, give me something then. Like if you're gonna be here, you're gonna just appear before me. I'm so smart. Yes. Okay. Well, then tell me something. Tell me something I could learn then, instead of asking me all of these questions. At the very least, if you're gonna play with me like this.
What have you learned about the reef of glass? The broken sphere of crystal around that world?
I've heard a few stories. I've spoken to a few wise men and women and various creatures who've, had dinner with, sat down at a campfire with, and the only consistent thing I've ever heard about them was music, melody.
The music of the spheres.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you
Now,
know this?
of course I know the music of the spheres. I listen to it often. It tells me where I should go, who I should speak to. It lets me know the shape of the universe, but it's distorted because one of the crystal spheres was broken. Now, do you know what the most selfless act in that whole universe was?
Before the war you're talking about, or during the war?
After the war, and just before you were born.
You don't mean yourself and the others,
Oh,
do you?
God, no, I would never. How dare you? I'm a princess of the hells. I would never be selfless. There's always a reason that I do everything. But there was an act astonishingly selfless. The god Wisdom, the one who placed all the shards of the shattered worlds together to create this patchwork planet, knew that the planet could not survive without a star. So, in a final act of generosity, Wisdom tore out his own soul and ignited it, creating a beautiful, brilliant star.
The sun.
Yes.
The home of the palace.
Yes.
Are you saying... No, wait.
You'll get there.
There's... First, you come and you tell me that I'm no longer alive. I'm not real. I'm not a person. And this palace I came from is the same sun, is within the same sun that Wisdom created?
Yes. Now, what does Wisdom want? What is their job?
To seek. To
Well,
learn.
that's one of their jobs. To seek, to search, to find the information, to find the knowledge. Its other job
No.
is to put that knowledge together, to understand the knowledge that it has gained.
No. You mean...
You are not real. You are just
a
construct of the god Wisdom sent out into the world to gather information.
I've lived my own life.
Of course you have. How could you possibly do what Wisdom needs if you thought you were him?
Okay, that's a really good point, and I'll say it's really clever, but no, there's no. But I'm still. So does that mean Corton's also?
Oh, yes.
Holy shit.
But he won't realize it for quite some time. And given that you will most likely forget this conversation, given the amount of drugs that I just pumped into you, but you will dream. You will feel this in yourself. And when the time comes to destroy Corton, and I cannot wait for that time, you will remember. I will make sure of it. One final parting thought. Remember the fountain. You must find the fountain.
Fountain.
You'll know. In time, you will understand.
I reach out and kind of ignite a little bit in my palms and try to reach out to grab Glacia, and I yell, "To what end? To what end is this? Why are you telling me this? What did I do to deserve a pre-made damnation? What is going on here? Why am I
What does anyone deserve?
to
I hear
live?"
people tell me all the time that they deserve love, that they deserve joy or riches or success or power. But you must remember, if that's true, if you deserve the things that you get, the child that dies of hunger deserved that. If one deserves something, if one is owed it by the universe, so is the other. I'm simply here to make sure everyone gets what they deserve.
And what do you deserve out of this then?
Oh, I deserve a family that loves me. And I'll have it when you bring it to me.
I don't think there's any chance of that. I'm not even real. Like, how, if I'm wisdom or part of wisdom or construct of wisdom, then there's no way on this world I would ever, knowing what I know, experiencing the beauties of this world, all of my power even comes from the symbiotic relationships of the plants and the bugs in the ground, the worms in the dirt.
No, your power comes from your knowledge of these things. You see how they are connected. That is the beginning of wisdom. There is a third part of wisdom, but it will not come for quite some time. It is the joy of discovery, but that can only be seen through a child's eyes.
So another construct.
Oh, yes. And when the final construct appears, we're so close to seeing the entire universe remade. Now, go, sleep, and forget for a time just what you are.
But I have so many questions. I just pass out, just immediately fall backward in the ground.
And with that, we return to the battle in the palace.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That is a pretty neat twist, as twists go.
You are all watching as Kilnasi continues to tear you all apart. Each of you may do one final thing before Kilnasi strikes another blow. Gorf, what do you do?
How far is Kilnasi away from me right now?
Where are you?
It seems kind of vague.
Oh.
I mean, kind of in the middle. It's hard to imagine, to be honest. She like made the blood thing. I ran up to the blood thing.
Oh yeah, so you're in the middle of the. You're just in the middle,
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
trying to eat a blood golem.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
So how
Absolutely. What do you do?
far away is she roughly?
Probably about 30 feet.
Perfect. Okay. Gorf is like holding his blood golem and like trying to swallow a whole. And he looks up and he realizes that he's been basically fixated on this thing and like all this shit around him has happened. And he kind of shakes like awake in awareness and realizes,
Oh, this thing actually doesn't really matter.
and he is going to pick up the blood golem and throw it at
You
Kilnasi.
attempt to do this.
Okay.
The blood golem slips down your throat. And you feel incredible pain as it tears your stomach open, ripping itself out of you and feeding on the blood. Zach, what are you going to do?
Oh,
Yep.
I'm going to attack into Kilnasi. As I hold the sword, swing it around and put it into a position, I just say to her, I've travelled the multiverse following the song, and I found here disjointed from the rest of it. I now know why I'm here, and that is to kill you, to help these people reform the sphere around. If that takes my life force to do it, then so be it. And I've stored quite a lot up recently, so I'm going to attack her a lot. Now, DM, I'm willing to push myself to the point of exhaustion with these attacks. Would you allow me to give myself a point of exhaustion to give myself extra attacks for each point spent?
Absolutely. We are going to enter something called 10-second combat. You get to make one single attack, and I get to respond. Let's see who wins.
Just one attack, yeah?
One attack at a time until one of us is defeated.
Okay.
Go.
I am. Hang on, let me just get to my character sheet. Panicking. These are all reckless, of course, and this is with the greatsword. So, first attack
No
is
rolling. We're not rolling. This is narrative combat.
Oh, is it? Okay. So I
You
just strike towards her. The first strike is an overhead attack, cracking into her shoulder.
As soon as she sees that blade coming, she pulls the glaive that she is stuck on right through herself and uses that motion to block it. What do you do?
As she blocks it and sort of knocks me off balance, I let go with one hand, allow the blade to sort of fall, grab it and shove forward into her stomach.
She lets you, and she slices off one of your forearms with the glaive as she brings it down on you. What do you do?
Wincing in pain, I'm going to guess it's still the one. I've still got hold of her. I'm going to lift her up into the air, sort of spin the blade around, grab it that way, and I'm going to slam her down into her own touchstone, trying to break her over the back of it.
As soon as she hits the touchstone, suddenly she's not on your blade anymore. A new Warforged is on your blade as she has shifted herself to the other side of the altar. What do you do?
I pull the blade out of the Warforged, leap up onto the altar, jump off, and go to strike down. You'll notice that with every strike, more flakes of skin is starting to fall off of Zach, and there's this black husk starting to form underneath him as it begins to sort of Thanos away, and I strike down at her.
You manage to slice off one of her hands as she manages to spin around, grab you by the back of your neck, and slam you directly onto the altar, opposite the Warforged.
Just before she does that, I cast Plane Shift on the pair of us, and I send both of us to the positive energy plane.
Oh, shit.
As you do that,
Using my touchstone, of course.
Absolutely.
It's going to kill me, but
Yeah.
I do everything I can to send her to there.
so as you do that, you are both now in the positive energy plane. Kilnasi casts teleport very quickly. You feel yourself starting to reform as you watch Kilnasi starting to disintegrate here in the positive energy plane. And then you see the portal. You come flying back through the portal directly into the throne room as she steps in behind you. And you are on the floor next to poor Lilith, missing a hand, but at least no longer bleeding. And now, Reginald, what are you going to do?
I'm going to just scream, Lilith, no! And I'm going to run up to her. I'm gonna pick her up, and I'm gonna say, "So sorry. This is all my fault. If I didn't have you help me shift the energies, you would still be a vampire. You'd still be immortal. But now, I just so sorry. What can I do?"
What are you going to do?
The portal, the positive energy plane. It has healing effects. I just need to get you to the portal, and I'll start trying to carry her to the portal.
You have to get over this wall.
As soon as I see this wall in front of me, I just put my hand up on it, and you see just a force of necrotic energy turn into just straight force as I cast inflict wounds, but instead of negative energy, it's just going to be force energy, and I'm going to blow this wall wide open.
Absolutely. Do you grab Lilith?
Yes,
Do you head to the portal?
absolutely. This is the only thing I can think of.
Begin running towards the portal, you feel a glaive in your chest. Kilnasi still has a hold of it. You watch as she doesn't just stab you with it. She then plants the butt of this glaive, this gorgeous, radiant, energized glaive, and slams the butt of it into the portal, igniting it with positive energy and throwing you back across the throne room, a
As she
sizzling
does that,
hole in your chest.
Immense lightning energy activates, because I'm a Tempest cleric, and strikes her right back.
As this happens, the glaive flies out of her hand and lands directly next to Malik. Now, Lilith. Sorry, wait, who are we at? Yes, Lilith. What are you gonna do? You are weak. You are bleeding.
Yep. Which is weird. Haven't done that in a bit.
So, real quick,
Not super keen on it.
I know there's a whole wall situation. Can Daraxus see them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming that knocked him through the wall.
Well, the wall's not there anymore.
He
Wall was
destroyed the
destroyed
wall
by-
as
yeah.
he went towards Lilith. So he
Yeah.
just flew back through,
Yeah.
igniting a bunch of lightning and robbing Kilnasi of her weapon. Well, not her weapon, Malik's
My
weapon.
weapon.
Weapon, yeah.
Reverse robbing.
Yeah.
I'll just say
What are you
to
gonna do?
Lilith, knock her into the portal. I can help.
There's okay, and I'm kind of just I have an arm across my gaping hole in my chest.
Yeah.
I kind of like lift myself up a little bit and like I start reaching around for the last 2 vials that I have because I know that this is a thing that I need to do. And I as I start prepping them, I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm going to summon my spiritual weapon.
Ah, yes.
And in addition, I would actually like to use my touchstone, and I'm going to summon my shadow assassin. Because what I'd like to do is try and keep Kilnasi busy.
So you can't actually summon the Shadow Assassin unless you roll a double 0 on 100.
Oh.
But that would be a bad thing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh.
Um,
Okay. That's right. I remember you said that now. Yep.
Now,
if Daraxis
Well,
can
that's
see,
okay.
if Daraxis can see them, Daraxis would like to teleport both himself because he has to be a part of it. Reginald and Lilith can't teleport them into the energy plane because that's technically not possible. But he's going to teleport them literally right at the entrance, both of them.
fabulous. Lilith, as you are preparing these vials, you suddenly find yourself right behind Kilnasi, right next to the portal.
Well, okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to summon the spiritual weapon, and I would kind of like to actually have it appear in front of her and kind of like take her a little bit by surprise as this is happening. And I'm just going to reach up and I'm going to grab her hair because you know what, bitch? We have discovered ponytails are a problem. So
Right.
I'm going to grab her hair and I'm just going to fall backwards.
Tell me what your spiritual weapon looks like.
Interweave.
My spiritual weapon, it's actually like a disc, like imagine like a shuriken, but like a little bit larger. And it's only got like 3 points on it, and it kind of like appears and kind of starts to spin, like not like kind of like in a spiral. So if you were imagining like a little tornado action, I guess, as it kind of starts to spin in front of her.
Absolutely. And it just
surprising.
straight up knocks her off her feet as you grab her hair and you both start tumbling into the positive energy plane.
Since
You feel her suddenly stop as she grabs the sides of the door with you ripping her hair back. What else are you gonna do, Lilith?
since all of us are here now, can it just be all of the hunters just working together to shove Kilnasi into this energy plane, positive energy plane? All 4 of us are here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
Grab
you know what? I can't. I got really used to biting when I was a vampire, and it's still kind of part of it. So I'm actually gonna pull myself forward, and I'm going to bite at one of her hands. I know it's not gonna do anything. I'm not gonna get the same effects that I would when I was a vampire, but it's just kind of one of those things that's ingrained in me now. Oops.
Absolutely. So as you are now biting Kilnasi, you feel something very interesting happening. Kilnasi, through her hair, is now actually absorbing positive energy, and she begins using her touchstone of transference to shove that into you. So you are getting double the energy healing. So first it starts closing up the wound on your chest, and then you start feeling a little, this is great. This is great. And you start looking at your skin and it's beginning to crack and light is beginning to come through. Do you stay in the positive energy plane?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because much like how my vampire self punched me through the ribcage, if I can punch through Kilnasi's ribcage with positive energy, right? I mean, why not? Let's go.
Absolutely. Is
support
that
her.
what you're gonna do?
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm going to support her by getting up. The emerald tattoos on my body glow a fiery orange, and as I charge forward and jump over into the positive energy field, fiery chains erupt from my hands and wrap around Kilnasi. And as I land on the other side, I twist it around my hand and pull her in as I use my fire rune to encase her in fiery chains. And I'm going to hold her in place while in the positive energy plane with Lilith. I'll look to Reggie and Duraxis and say, "Get out of here, we got this."
Lilith,
Close the portal.
Oh, yeah. So, Lilith, as you punch Kilnasi, as she is wrapped in these chains, an explosion of positive energy comes through you, launching Kilnasi across the room and back out of the portal.
Shit.
Duraxis is.
I thought she'd be locked in place.
Duraxis is in the doorway.
Are you still holding the chains?
I still have the chains. I'm holding her in place.
You absolutely fly after across the space. So what is happening is Lilith was about to die. Because if you stay in the positive energy plane for too long, you get too much healing and you explode.
Yep.
So she just
willing
released
to do that to kill her.
all of that energy into Kilnasi. That's absolutely enough to send her flying across the room.
Duraxis is in the doorway. As Duraxis sees Kilnasi flying towards him, he is going to grow and transform into Monkey. And as she's flying out the door, he is going to grab her and, using the momentum, spin himself around 3 times and then hurl her back into the positive energy plane.
Zachary,
still attacked, by the way.
Yeah, Duraxis didn't see that.
As you do this, you now have this little thing happening where you've got Kilnasi in your hand, whipping around, and then a little Zach flying around her.
As that starts,
hold on, as you try to throw her into the positive energy plane, Zach slams into the balcony and starts bowling over some of the ledges, and that keeps the feathers here. Crothon, what would you like to do?
Oh, well, first I have to make a save before, in order to not get transformed into a different dimension.
That's right. Yes, I'd like that save, please.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very high. You have failed.
Well, good thing I have to. Where do I go?
positive energy plane.
Roll me a d20. I want to see. We're going to start with Mechanus. So it would be there's 8 planes Mechanus, and then Limbo, and then you're going to head down to Pandemonium.
So I forgot about that as Duraxis. I don't know how much we have to retcon, but Duraxis also has to make that throw.
Yes, please.
Okay. His wisdom
All right.
Dog. Water.
And you fail.
Oh, that's 8, yep.
Please roll me a d20. You absolutely have still spun them around and slammed
20.
them into the wall.
Hopefully that's good.
Ooh, a 20.
Yeah.
You actually go all the way, so we're going all the way around the 16 planes, and then tell me either Malik or Crow, which one of you wants to take the lead?
I'll take the lead.
Okay, so we're going to start with the plane of Earth, which means that we're going to go Earth, Air, Fire, and Water. You end up in the plane of Water. Drowning.
Duraxis does?
Yep. You're in an infinite ocean with no air in it. Hey, Ithul, what are you going to do?
Seeing everyone trying their damnedest to get Kilnasi back into the holy energy place where she suffered greatly, Ithul is just going to just swipe his hand and direct Aquafina to just like this freaking large battering ram just slam right into Kilnasi.
She runs headfirst towards Kilnasi, and then at the last minute turns her body and lays it flat and just takes out the entire balcony. All of the liches are bowled over. They're not dead, but they're bowled over. Zach is now caught up with her and Kilnasi as they are all tumbling towards the edge of the balcony in the throne room. What else would you like to do?
He's just going to use a little bit of his telekinesis to just try and just keep pushing on Kilnasi towards the positive energy plane as much as he possibly can.
So she's up above the positive energy plane now. She's on the balcony, not in the doorway down below. So she's over by the wall. She's now in a sort of like cluster with a bunch of liches, Aquafina, the ancient sea serpent, and Zach, who is still connected to her with flaming chains.
Then he's just gonna fling his mithril scimitar straight at her, and with telekinesis just plunge it straight through her.
I love it. So she now has a scimitar in her. Absolutely, 100%. Hey, Malik.
All right. Malik, looks up to Aquafina and goes, "My apologies in advance," and kind of jumps up and starts running up her to get to the balcony. So the balcony, it's damaged. There's rubble everywhere. Yep. Would you say it no longer counts as worked stone?
I would.
Excellent. So he jumps from Aquafina and kind of goes into the balcony as he earth glides in and then up in an uppercut with his glaive. And as he does that, we're gonna make the first thing just he's taking this giant swing to try and decapitate her in a surprise attack.
Absolutely. As you attempt to do that, Kilnasi rolls over and you strike the flaming chains instead of Kilnasi herself. What else would you like to do?
He then turns around, recovering from that, points at her, and unleashes a spell he hasn't used before. Because when everyone started mentioning how Kilnasi knows everything, etc., he realized any spell he casts, she would get to know about. For our purposes, I'm calling it unmanned mechanically. It is Ralotham's Psychic Lance, which does a bunch of damage, yes, but more importantly, it incapacitates someone for a round. And I figure she's probably burned her legendary resistances by now.
Absolutely. You enter her brain, and as you do, you realize you're all fucked. And with that, we will pan away the throne room of Delver's Dream as Corton, just a few days ago, sits upon the throne. You see him, head in his hands, knowing he knows. Rathan enters.
Was this gonna be some surprise you sprung on me later? Or how long are you gonna keep doing this dance with me, Corton?
Look, we both know we were built so that we could end up here. I was built to find the prismatic slave. I was built to be brought back here so that I could set these things in motion so that we could fix the sphere. I've written my letters. I know there's nothing we can do. The one thing that gives me hope is that I was able to connect to this touchstone. You connected too. What does that even mean?
That they were wrong. It has to be. We can't just. We've done so much. We've lived our own lives. There's no way it's just us just ending up here like some pieces on some grand chessboard for them.
We're just constructs. We were built to serve a purpose, and we served it, and that's it. You saw the child.
And so, Corton, the most stubborn, almost despicable person I know, is just rolling over. You've just accepted it. Despite even that you yourself have said that we connected to the touchstones.
You're not a person, and neither am I. Look, I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means that I'm hoping. It means that there's a chance that something will happen. A chance that while we were created without one, that maybe our journeys, maybe our experiences, our loves and our hates, our pain and our joy, maybe that's enough for us to build a soul.
It has. I want to say it has to be. I mean, look, if we're aspects of wisdom, right? If we're here to learn, here to create knowledge and understanding.
As you begin to speak, Corton's face, half of it, literally melts. You see wisdom, the god, starting to peek through, and you feel yourself being torn to shreds as he does so. And quickly as it happens, it disappears again. It's gonna get worse. Every minute of every day, it's gonna get worse.
Finally, I'm so tired of saying goodbye to everyone I meet. I've done it so easily for so long, and now I truly can't do it. And you're telling me that just to accept it? Just to roll over?
You've been the most passive person I've ever met. And you want to fight now?
Yeah, people change.
How?
Because I'm a person.
How?
We have. What do you know about souls?
Nothing. I've never had one. I've been a construct my whole fucking life. I don't know what this means. I know that you can't connect to a touchstone if you don't have a soul. What does that mean? I can feel myself being torn to shreds by the thing inside me. I can feel myself being torn to shreds every time I'm near you.
Then we leave. We just
go where?
Just go our separate ways. I don't know. It's not right.
The portals aren't working anymore. Wisdom won't allow it. He knows what's supposed to happen. He figured it out 1,000 years ago. He built us to make sure of it.
What about the boy? What about the child?
The child is literally always where they're supposed to be. He will be there at the end.
Oh, fuck. I can't just sit here, purposeless. You told me
Fine.
how you were here. You were built to do this. You were created to do this. And what did I serve? What purpose did I bring for wisdom? Am I just some joke?
No, you watched. You saw. You gathered the information that I'm going to be putting together. That's our job. And the child will be there to look on that with a new perspective, with wonder and delight, creating the spark of true inspiration. That's what we're here for. That's what we are being ripped apart for.
So that's
So-
it then.
You can go if you want to. I know you're tired of goodbyes. I've got a few more that I need to say. And I've got one last thing that I need to do. I need to go make sure that the people I have been trying to take care of since I got here don't get torn apart by an evil ancient bitch.
There's only one thing really to do. Just send me there. Just point me in their direction. I have nothing else to do. Might as well die on my own terms, since at least I can have control of one thing at this point in my life. Everything else is just dissipated. Like trying to catch water. These last few years have been just trying to hold myself together, and we're just ripping apart moment by moment. I don't know how you're able to just accept it, staring at the time glass, staring at yourself withering away like this. You do what you have to do.
Well,
I know you will. You've always done it. At whatever cost. Just tell me one thing.
yes.
Do you regret it all? If you were given a choice, if wisdom spoke to you and tasked you with this and asked you yourself, the way you know yourself now, or the way we were back at the palace. God, how did we not know?
We'd just been born. We didn't know anything. And yes, I would. I've done some good. That's all we can try. I did some good. I don't know if anyone's going to remember me. I don't know if the good that I've done is going to last. But I've done a little.
I want to do something good before I go. But I'm not the smartest. I've only seen, I don't understand. That's you. So tell me then. Just give me something to do. I'll help you at this point. Just task me with something dangerous and let me just go.
Go to Nanked. Go to Kalamundra. Just be there when the end comes.
Okay. Will I see you there?
You will. And with that, we pan back to a throne room in utter disarray, absolute destruction, bodies littering the balconies. Kilnasi, battered and bruised, cries out, "Save me, you idiots!" And you see all the liches on the other side of the room reach out and simply grasp all of you in telekinetic spheres. Kilnasi steps up to her altar. As a child, comes running into the throne room, bright-eyed with delight, followed by Tara, the angel of Sune, combined with the fire elementals she tried to destroy. She's been following this child for quite some time, trying to keep it safe, though the child never needed it. Tara flies in, sees Kilnasi, knows her in a second. She flies, sword extended, towards the Lich Queen. The Lich Queen lifts up her hand, and a dark beam begins tearing the life out of Tara. You see the fires of her wings go out. You see her begin to disintegrate as Kilnasi becomes more powerful. As Tara is destroyed utterly, Kilnasi picks up the laughing child. She looks at all of you. I told you, the final one, the final bearer of a touchstone, would arrive today. And so they shall. She tries, she strides over to the portal to the positive energy plane. She grabs the child's hand. With a single finger, she touches the child to the portal. Nothing happens for a moment. She sets the child down on the ground. He then runs off. But the portal expands. It's as though the positive energy plane is reaching into our world, called by the child's touch. A globe of pure light forms itself in front of the portal. As it does so, the portal goes dark. You see Kilnasi wince as she reaches her hands into the sphere of light. And she pulls forth a child. You all feel it. This is the final touchstone. The opposite of a sphere of annihilation. A sphere of pure life. Attached to this newly created child that looks up into Kilnasi's eyes with wonder. A few things happen in this moment. The liches lose their concentration, releasing all of you. As you dash to enter the fight again, you see the body of Corton, so recently undead, stand up. It's not Corton any longer. Before you stands the god Wisdom. You see the child begin to melt away, absorbed. You feel Rathon melting as well. He stands up, strides to Kilnasi, says, I told you 1,000 years ago that I would end this, that I would stop you before you could destroy this world. And I will. You see all of the liches, including Kilnasi, raise their hands to try to battle the god who created this planet. And in that moment, you all feel the final piece of the reef of glass slam itself into place. Wisdom simply says, I warned you. So now, no more magic. Every lich drops dead. All of your magic weapons suddenly stop glowing. Kilnasi still stands, as do all of you. And you realize that it's only because you are a part of this world now. You are connected to the crystal sphere, to the reef of glass. You and your friends and your enemies who are attached to these touchstones are the only people left on the planet who can wield magic. 42 powerful creatures. Wisdom stares at all of you, making a pronouncement. You have 1 year. The crystal sphere has come together again, but it will take 1 year for it to heal fully and begin taking its place once again in the music of the spheres. In that time, you will determine the fate of this universe and all the others. Your actions will create the future. Will you choose violence or greed? Will you choose peace? Will you choose wisdom or something else altogether? You will have 1 year to prove to yourselves who you are. Wisdom melts into light. The creature's shadow that was standing next to you simply dissolves, no longer able to maintain their magical self in this world. Kilnasi stands before you, a child in her arms. She walks to her throne and laughs. My zombies might all be dead, but I still have armies of mechanical men. I think this next year will be quite fun. Each of you, tell me in this moment, what do you do?
A bunch of us are pretty badly injured, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to start healing people.
Ow.
We're the only ones with magic left, correct? Or so I have turned the tide. That is a thing I can do. It'll heal everyone here a bit. D6 plus 5 or something. Are we in initiative, or is this...
No, we are now out of initiative, but
Thank you for the follow, Stroots.
something is suppressing you. Even you don't have full control of your powers. Each person gains 1 hit point. That's all you can muster right now. But gives you hope that you might be able to learn this back. What else will you do?
I feel like going for a murder immediately after we were told by the god of wisdom, hey, what you do now defines the multiverse for some time and will have lasting consequences, isn't a great idea.
Probably.
It is when she's the one that's going to murder as well. She's going to choose that path.
But also, I'm not sure if those Warforged are going to work as well as it needs them to, considering what's just...
She said she had other armies.
Yeah.
And Draxus kind of messed up the Warforged a little bit, but...
No, that's reversed now. Oh,
You're muted.
That's reversed now. It's back to the way it was. Now everyone has super blood.
You couldn't have waited a year?
Okay.
Well,
I can always go back.
We'll take what we can get.
He's not there right now.
Jeez, okay.
Well, while they're debating, I'm going to go up to Crothon, and I'm just going to pull
Not
out
here. Currently in Pandemonium.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, and Draxus is in the plane of water.
Yeah.
That's not great. That's not
great for
great.
me. I will
Never mind
say, as Kuro was teleported into Pandemonium, hurled within the realm of pure chaos, he does fly himself to some floating piece of land.
So don't forget, Pandemonium is not limbo.
Oh, yeah.
Pandemonium is the screaming caverns where it's so loud that it makes you insane.
That is
Yeah, that's
terrible.
not
I hate this place.
Reginald.
I would say, like, in the moment where he gets transferred, before Korata, like, the entire wisdom thing happens, he thinks on his feet. Because he still has the portal to the plane of air on his arm. He tries to expand it and jump inside of it to try and channel his way out through the heart of the sky. And as he pops out in Jar Saeed, that's when he hears the voice of the God of Wisdom. And he he looks out into the distance to Kalamundra, where his allies are, and he just endeavors to make his way back to Delvers.
You manage to utilize your connection to the heart of the sky to get back to the world of the Patchwork Planet. And as you do, you watch the portal fizzle. And you find yourself a mile above the ground in the center of Tempest, the elder wind elemental. You realize you are unable to fly, so you begin to fall.
Gotcha!
Malik.
Reginald.
Yes, Lilith.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but I think maybe we can get our friends back.
I'm all for it.
By all means.
We're all connected with these planar touchstones, right?
Yes.
Mine I can connect to souls, right? It's ethereal plane. It's supposed to just be ethereal plane, but we've all kind of touched each other, like, with these touchstones.
Right.
So if you can connect to the energy of the planes and I can connect to the souls of our friends, maybe if we can figure out some way to make these work, we can draw our friends from the other planes and bring them back.
Great idea.
Crazy enough to work, but it's also our only idea right now. So let's do it.
Absolutely. Yes.
My arm got cut off, and so when I went back into the positive energy plane, I grew an arm back.
No, it just healed.
Oh, it just healed. Okay.
It didn't regenerate.
There-
You didn't
there
have
was
enough time in there.
But then there's an arm to use as a focus.
There's an arm on the floor that has my
There it
planar
is.
touchstone attached to it.
And probably
It's
a
not
lot of
attached to my
close
body.
blood somewhere.
Does that mean I'm no longer attuned to it because it's not on
No,
my
you
body?
are. You're still attuned. That's
It's
something that
changing your
happens
soul.
forever.
Don't worry.
I'll walk over to it, I'll pick it up, and I'll just lob it towards Lilith. This thing allows you to teleport between planes. Maybe you can utilize that.
It's
As
just
you
an
do
arm.
that, you feel the connection, your connection, the three of you create that connection. Is anybody else going to jump in there?
I will, because they'll need some way to connect to Crow, and I don't know if any of them have met him yet.
Nope.
Yeah, okay, I will, because
Elemental
we need
Chaos
someone to Crow.
FTW.
I thought he was nice. I mean, it didn't really.
He's really pleasant, and I hope
Oh, yeah.
he
He
will
was
survive
very
long enough for
energetic.
you to get to know him after this.
A good
He's
vibe
very
all around.
energetic. A lot of energy. I'm not usually a fan, but he seemed fine.
Fabulous. What about you, Athul? Are you gonna jump in on this?
God, I don't know what I could do. My planar touchstone doesn't deal with dimensions, really. and
But
the
it
only
does
soul
deal with
coin I had
souls.
is gone.
That's
But
Oh,
you
but
are-
souls!
Souls,
We're
we need
trying to
that.
connect to their
Let you
souls.
connect. Yeah.
But yeah, I'll help search for Crow. He's the one
Yeah,
I know.
Fabulous.
Okay.
Daraxis.
Drax
He's
is
in the
It's
water.
not here.
Oh,
He's
Drax is in
gone.
the water plane.
That's what the guys are trying to
Uh,
get.
Gorf, hold on.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
right,
one.
Gord.
Gorf, having so can the golem's inside Gorf ripping his guts out. Has that stopped? Is
There's
that
no more magic.
Now it has. There is
Okay.
no more magic.
okay?
Yeah.
So Gorf just has like an open belly.
I mean, you are bleeding to death right now. Straight up.
So Gorf,
Not that little tiny bit of healing, but you definitely need more.
Yeah, you definitely need more.
Gorf
closed
is
up some of your wounds.
he's preoccupied. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Indisposed.
And then and Daraxis is drowning.
Hopefully not for much longer.
Hold his breath, right? I mean,
How long can you hold your breath for?
I will remind Gorf that there are certain things that his touchstone will do if he loses a shitload of hit points.
Oh yeah, duh. Okay, actually, yeah. The whole story distracted me.
This is the one time.
Okay.
Hold
Hold on 1 sec. To be clear, before when the thing happened. Alright, yeah. So as Gorf bleeds out, he's like, "Oh wait, I don't need the blood," and then his body's just gonna convulse, and he's just gonna turn into this giant skeleton, monster thing, and then he's gonna be like, "Oh," and then he vaguely heard that they're doing something, and he's like, I'll give you a different bony giant voice. I don't have that prepared, but because he's never spoken during it, but I will. Just look out for that. He's like, "You need power for this," and he his mouth opens and it kind of starts sparking.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
very terrifying. Just have to say that.
Yeah, good times. By the way, this giant is 30 feet tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's bending down at a really, really awkward angle. Because he's bones, it just works.
Absolutely.
But
collapses in on itself.
As you connect all of your touchstones together, you are able to, just as the final piece is sliding into place, you are able to feel Crow and spark his journey back to the Patchwork Planet. And you are able to just feel Daraxis. Daraxis, you have this opportunity to connect with your planar touchstone. What are you going to do?
So I wanted it to be a surprise because I thought it would be really funny. But when Daraxis realized he was in the plane of water, the first thing he did was turn into a giant blue whale so that he could breathe. As a giant blue whale, I don't think that doesn't affect his mental stats, right? Is that how that works?
No.
Okay. So he still thinks that's good because so Daraxis feels this energy, this foreign energy, and he kind of looks around in all directions and is like, "Wow, there is nothing as far as I can see. You know what? Letting this energy in is going to be much better than dying in an hour when my polymorph goes away." So he is going to open up his touchstone and allow this energy to connect with it because he has nothing to lose.
As he does that, because you guys love destroying palaces, a giant blue whale comes crashing through the ceiling.
Nice.
Destroying the ceiling of the throne room.
Whale.
A housewarming
Again,
We
hit from
grabbed the
Lilith.
wrong thing.
Lilith, I think
At least
you
it's
missed.
not me this time.
Oh, wait, you guys destroyed a palace too?
Now,
Okay.
as
I think this is our
that
first.
happens,
Hey, we're known as the Poison
you
Brigade.
see there's something else that you feel. The Warforged. Corton's soul was transferred into it. And you can feel that although he wasn't sure, it turns out he did grow a soul.
Aww.
Your touchstones react with his. what you thought was his, it's no longer attached to him. He's just a warforged now. But something within him ignites. And you see the old Corton. Look at all of you with a weary sigh. And you feel one other connection. Rathon's hellhound suddenly appears next to Corton. It looks like Rathon might have grown a soul too. Now, Kilnasi looks at all of you. Well, you've destroyed my throne room. But
I
understand.
didn't know he was gonna come as a whale. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Don't
don't
apologize. She earned this.
Yes, check your throne room.
very much the least you could do. But I will say, I think it's quite an interesting start that you choose utter chaos to begin this year. She looks at her.
us, Lich.
You what?
Don't lecture us, Lich. We already know what you're going to do.
Do you?
You were just bragging about having an army of Warforged with which to do the thing.
But what will I do with it? Will I conquer? Will I simply defend my kingdom against interlopers who might think to usurp this throne?
Maybe start a
For
farming
now.
I
village.
think a better question might be, and I turned to Corthon because we've seen like him in his eyes. Corthon, what do you want to do?
He just looks at all of you and just says, I want to go home.
Well, let's get on that. And I suppose my follow-up, Empress, is what does your Warforged army want to do? That's quite a lot of souls that may now have opinions.
Yes. And I'm the one that gave them this life. I think we shall see where their loyalty lies very shortly. But for now, why don't you get the fuck out of my castle before I murder you?
I'd walked round at this point because, you know, my arm's with Lilith, so I didn't actually need to be there. And I'm going to stab her in the chest.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely. And she, because she is still a lich and still connected to her touchstone, and your sword is not magical anymore, it goes right through her. She grabs the hilt and she snaps it in two. The blade of your sword falls out her back, and she very casually hands you the hilt of it.
Didn't feel anything? No pain?
I don't have nerves, dear.
You have
Zach,
a nerve for not
can
dying.
I just wave towards Zach with his own hand, like, come over
Incredibly bold. We should probably figure out how to get to Delver's Dream. I imagine we'll have more trouble on the... Well, most of those undead probably don't exist anymore. Or all of those undead probably don't exist anymore. it's likely to be a long walk with no food if none of you can figure out magic, because none of my magic's working properly. So, we
If
may
the
want
planar
to-
touchstones are still working, I can teleport you back to your place if you want.
You absolutely can.
Touchstone allows me to do that. I have to be careful though, because I might teleport somewhere else if I use it too much.
Kilnasi, can we switch our things back now? It's fun while it lasted, but I kind of liked the one I had before.
I think that's
Is that too
same.
much to ask? Like, I mean, this is going to be a long year. We might as well start off on the good foot.
There's no good
As
foots
you
with this
as
woman.
you say,
There's no good foots with this woman.
Listen, it's not.
You say that, and Kilnasi begins to stand up. And as she does so, she jostles the child, who screams. As a child does, just newborn child crying. And the front of the palace is shattered. And all of you are flung directly into the street, hundreds of feet away.
Guess that was a
Guessing
no.
that's a no.
Yeah, definitely a no. We'll figure it out.
Hard no.
Mark my words. I will rip that bitch's soul out, stick it in a coin, and I'm going to sell it to the highest fucking bidder. I don't care how many angels it takes.
I love it. I love it. Now, as you make your way back to Delver's Dream, you see something strange. There is still magic there. You realize that the black bulwark attached to Peregrine saved Delver's Dream from wisdom's pronouncement, but only Delver's Dream. There is magic in your home and nowhere else in the world. You may each have one final thought. Tell me, Crow.
We can fix this. We can fix anything. We're the president grade. We've gotten hairier situations. We can fix this. We can fix this.
Diraxis. Anything? No.
Oh,
You're muted.
you're muted.
Oh no.
Sorry, my sister was vacuuming just a few minutes ago. Sorry. Diraxis is really confused because he got sent to the elemental plane of water and just came back, and we weren't fighting. Just got like, okay, I guess we're just leaving. All right. I guess let's get someone.
Fabulous. Malik.
I think for the next year at least, we're going to need a diplomat a lot more than we're going to need another sword on the line.
Probably. Ithul.
Well, I have a sword to create, a sword to retrieve, and a Lich Queen to imprison in a coin. And you just walk straight towards the Delver's Dream.
That's fabulous. Reginald.
This is gonna happen after everybody's gotten back to Delver's Dream. I'm gonna go up to Crothon, and I'm gonna bring the book that I have. I'm gonna say, this is no longer magical. I'll let you have that one, but it still has a lot of information of experiments and dealings with necromancy that Kilnasi did. So I think this will help you a lot more than it'll help me.
You are reading this as you cross the threshold into Delver's Dream. And as you do, you see a little spark of magic bounce from the book.
And I'll still give it to him.
Bothon, you now have some of the history of your people.
Yeah, I found it in some place under the mountain when I first got to this realm.
Wait, you were at Thrakkathra?
I think I remember reading that somewhere in this place that I was at, but didn't really know
And
much
as
at the
they
time.
both walk down into the mine, talking with each other, Lilith,
I didn't expect to be here by now, and I didn't expect to be human again. But I think I'm gonna have to go check my notes again and see if I can't take a look at that book one more time.
Right. I'm perfectly open with staying with for you. How much do you know about Orchid's culture? We could talk shop about this.
Yeah, let's. I love history, man. Let's talk.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah!
as Lilith touches the tome, you watch as one of her incisors grows just a touch. Might have been a trick of the light. Zach,
I look down at how armless I am now, holding the other arm in the other hand with the planar touchstone still on it. And the arm itself is decaying rapidly because it was already skeletal black anyway from overusing the touchstone in the spider realm. And the thoughts that run through my head is I need to get stronger. I can't rely on this touchstone. I can't rely on magic. I need to repurpose my abilities, and maybe I need to find a place on this world to call home.
Gorf.
Per the thing, is Gorf's mace like spark back up with
Nope.
No, alright. Gorf's just like gonna cry a little bit, for sure. And then he's just gonna go like make himself and everyone else that wants it just like some comfort food.
Oh dang! Yes, please.
Oh yes, the four of you have to try
Or
his sausages. Or sweeters are to die for.
Love
Caramel.
Hey, it'll be
sausages.
your first human food in a while, right? You were a lot more undead at the start of that fight than you are right now. I don't want to make assumptions, but
I also have a new drink.
it'll be your first meal in a while, and this will be a great start.
I'd like to help if that's all right. I'm quite the cook myself.
Yeah,
It's
Got
true.
booze to
That'd be
wash it
great.
down. Come on.
Pretty good at chicken.
And as you all head to the kitchen, we will pan over to the final scene. Corton, as a warforged, stepping into their tower, followed by Pouncer, the Hellhound. Corton sits down. It feels strange. He's taller than he was. There's a creak. Something shifts. And Corton doesn't turn around. He just says, "Yes, yes, Glacia." And Glacia simply says, "I'm here to collect." And with that, we will end season 2.
Hey.
Good
That was
God.
insane, Kyle.
That was
Oh my
great.
god.
Now, I know we are so over time, so very quickly, we're just going to run through this. I would like to hear favorite moments. Keep them brief, and then we will do a fabulous dice giveaway, and then we will raid someone delightful, so stick around so you can get all of those channel points. So hit exclamation raffle to get the chance to win some fabulous Phoenix dice, and we'll be checking that out in a minute. Also, chat, let me know what your favorite moments were. I know I had a whole bunch. Oh my God. Crow, go.
The wombo combo to transform the portal to the negative plane to positive plane. That was fucking awesome. You guys did
Absolutely.
massive good work.
That was great.
Do you know what was supposed to happen? It was supposed to stay the negative energy plane, and Kinasi was gonna pull a fucking Atropole out. That was gonna be her baby, but no, you had to fuck it up.
Get wrecked, Kyle. Get wrecked.
The screens. Yes. Hey, Gorf, what about you?
Oh man, my favorite moment, honestly, was when after Direxis did the water thing with Aquafina, and then Athul was like, "Why not have her fly too?" And I was like, "Yes!"
That was dope.
That was super.
I mean, there's so
fabulous.
many other moments, but that was when I was like, "Oh, that's so good."
Super delightful.
swim
What
through the
about
air.
Alan?
I loved Zach's sacrifice play of getting her into the positive energy plane to try and get the insta-kill on the Lich. That entire saga was super cool, and I love the dynamic of Hunter's Harvest as you tried to make that happen.
Oh my God, it was so delightful. And Thul, what about you?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm probably gonna go with Gorf shattering his teeth on the pillar, though.
Yeah, guys, my teeth are missing.
That was absolutely fabulous. We have a favorite moment. Uber chain counterspell.
Yes.
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 We're all like, wait,
Oh,
I can counterspell that. Oh.
Yes, Cotton Candy Unicorn, you will be able to watch this here on Twitch with a VOD, and you will be able to see it on YouTube in about a week. So, you can absolutely watch it. Reginald, favorite moment?
Oh man, when I boosted Crow's power with the plane, and then he like swooped me up with his wind out of nowhere. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Glad I did that.
They're just like, make 6 fireballs. No.
Yes, or not.
That was pretty delightful. Hey, Lilith, what about you?
Oh my god, there were so many. A lot of them have already been said, but I think I really like everybody kind of coming together at the end to get our friends back from alternate planes, and
Yes.
just kind of like pulling all of the different aspects of our touchstones together. That was really cool.
Yeah, that made me very, very happy. And we will finish it out with Zach.
My favourite bit had to be the combo attack with Malik surfing on the enlarged
Oh
sword.
my god,
man.
that was
That was
awesome.
Yep.
Oh my God. So my favorite moment was just this whole session. Just, I mean, oh
Yeah.
my God. You all did amazing. Just, oh my God, just amazing. And I would like to say you all did fabulous for there being 7 people going. And just the way you all added to each other's stories, just, oh, it made my heart sing. You make me so happy. I'm so glad that I got to spend season 2 with you. And now we will be leading into season 3. And I will reveal to you why all of this is happening. In season 1, you were little first level adventurers. You had no power. You had no agency. You railed against the world. People were so much more powerful than you that they didn't even notice you. And you worked. And you built. And in season 2, you began to earn the respect of those around you by taking care of the things that you needed to take care of. And you continued to grow in power so that you could accomplish the things that you wanted to accomplish. You became some of the most powerful people on the planet. And now, you are the most powerful people on the planet. And by such a degree that it's like the whole world are those little first level adventurers that you were at the very beginning. And now we get to find out what you're actually going to do with that power. So join us for season 3. But for now, let's give away some fabulous Phoenix Dogs! Who is gonna win today? Who's gonna win the dice?
Yes.
All right.
Who is it? Who is it, Lando?
We're closing
Who is
it
it?
up. Winner is the
Boom,
Queevy!
Oh my God!
Aw.
Hey.
I already know what dice I want. I've been staring at them in the store. And if you think for 1 second that it's not the vampire dice, you're wrong.
I'm in.
I love it. Oh my God, that's so
Thank you.
fabulous. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the multiple hype dreams. That is absolutely glorious. And thank you so much for being so supportive here on the channel and on Twitter and in the Discord, and just being an amazing, amazing community. And thank you to all of you who have been playing with us this whole season. You are all amazing, and I can't believe just how blessed I am. And now, we shall raid into Carney's Sideshow. For a little extra chaos, they are part of the Rolling Together stream team, which I am also a part of. So let us go support our brothers in arms. And we will see you soon. Mwah!
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.